It happened on January 31st, 2021, between the hours of 2 and 4 am. I had a dream. My sister and I were at my aunt's house. Next to my aunt's house, there's an old house on some land. The owners migrated, and it's super duper bushy. The bushes don't get to my aunt's yard because there's a fence separating the two plots of land. My sister and I were outside at the top of the stairs, about 6 stairs because it's a flat house, when this girl, who looked like she was 8 to 10 years old, climbed the fence and hopped over from the bushy lot to my aunt's side. My aunts and cousins immediately were surprised and all smiles because a little girl, or so it seemed, climbed the fence. The kid had a smile on her face, but for some reason, I didn't like it. It seemed like something evil and unnatural, inhuman, and I grabbed my sister and quickly took her through the house to my aunt's room. I swear, as soon as I got to my aunt's room, I turned around to see my family not moved in the slightest, that the unknown kid that jumped the fence followed me and my sister into the house. The kid was right by the door, and just before I shut it, she had a wide grin on her face. At the end of the dream, I woke up to my sister crying. Yes, my 10-year-old sister crying. We share a room and have a bunk bed. She's at the top, and I'm at the bottom because the bottom bed is larger. I immediately sprung into action because this never happened before, and these demons could catch these paws any time. So when I got up, I stood with the top bunk being at the level of my neck, and I asked my sister what the matter was. The craziest part is that she responded with something that didn't make sense. It wasn't even English. It was gibberish or some non-existent language. I kept repeating myself, asking the same question, but she was crying and saying stuff that made no sense. Eventually, she calmed down and asked to sleep with me, to which I agreed. I then had trouble falling asleep as it was a strange occurrence. As if shit couldn't get any worse, I heard creaking in the house like someone was walking down the hallway outside my door, and it didn't stop there. The windows near our bed were rattling, and this has never happened before, because I usually wake up around this time to use the bathroom. Later, at about 10 am, I asked her about it, and she said she doesn't even remember what the dream was. Firstly, in 2019, I had a dream that there was an unidentifiable body on a table. You know how the Titans from Attack on Titan book? Like fleshy. And I approached it crying and screaming, "Dad! Dad!" I don't know why I assumed that the body was my dad. I woke up and I didn't think anything of it until later that year. My friend's father was shot and killed in an attempted robbery. I was weirded out. I mean, in the dream, the body was unidentifiable, so I guess I was wrong about it being my dad. I decided to note anything that struck me as strange in my dreams. Fast forward to 2021. One night in late January, early February, I had a dream. I walked to a grassy part of a yard, and I looked at a spot and I said, "She's here. She's buried here." Or something along the lines of me knowing for sure a girl was buried there. I was calm in pointing it out in the dream. I woke up and immediately noted it in the Notepad app on my phone. In the untouched note from February 1st, I typed, "Someone's close friend, female, is going to die." Status, someone who is cared about, a sister, age somewhere between about 18 and 25. I purposefully left out the part of the dream that had "she's buried right there," because I didn't actually think it would be relevant. How do I word this? I just thought to myself that the being buried part wouldn't happen, but still strongly felt that someone was definitely going to die. That was that. I made the note, thought about it, and then forgot about it. Zoom ahead to April, May. There were people going missing, mostly women. Some of these women, aged 14 to 24, were found alive and well, but the media didn't, and does not update on that fact, which makes you assume the people are still missing when they're not. So due to this, I assumed they were found, but the media isn't doing their job. Then, one of the girls who was still actually missing was found, and guess where? Dead in a 4 feet deep grave, concealed by grass. She was 20 years old, and yes, she had a sister. Honestly, when I saw this online, I was shocked about the whole situation because it turns out it was her own boyfriend who killed her and buried her there. He was a cheater and she was planning on leaving him. Crazy enough, he was the one who filed the missing persons report, led search parties around the area, and was pleading on the news for people to look for her. The police also got some misleading phone calls about persons seeing her, alive and with someone else, in different places. Today, I was typing an essay in my Notepad app, which is what I usually do ever since Microsoft Office failed me by suddenly losing all my documents. When I scrolled down and saw the note from February and remembered the dream and everything, I dropped my phone. I don't know what to do. As of last Friday, we've moved into a new home. There's been at least 2 known deaths on the property. Touring the home, there was a dead bird on the property. Moving in, another dead bird in our backyard. Maybe there's just a high bird count in the area, but I still found it suspicious. 2 days after moving in, my boyfriend heard the shower running. Thinking our roommate had woken up early, he thought nothing of it. After it was on for a while, he went to check on it to make sure he was okay. He went to turn it off and found our roommate was dead asleep in his room and knew nothing of the shower being on. The following days, we've had knocking on different surfaces and from different rooms. I'm unsure about specifics because I've not personally witnessed these. We've also had lights turning on themselves as well. My boyfriend locked the door to our guest bedroom because we decided a lot of activity was going on in that room because of the door shutting and other noises. Another roommate has seen the door shaking a bit, unsure if it was a spirit, the air conditioner, or a squatter. So we unlocked the door and inspected the room. Things that we had stored in the closet were toppled over, as well as the light being on. We checked the window and there was no way anyone could have gotten in and out of the room. There's 5 of us living in the house, with different religious and spiritual backgrounds. We've all mutually agreed that we do not want to do anything connected to a Ouija board or a seance in case the entity is harmful. We've agreed that we're open to trying anything else to find peace in our home. Although the spirit hasn't done anything negative except helped run up our water bill, we have gained fear because of the door shaking and things being scattered, knowing that the entity is strong. My boyfriend's personal theory is that the spirit is just pissed when we lock the door. We'd like to help the spirits as well as ourselves find peace in our home. I'd love some suggestions in helping ease our minds, souls, and spirits. The only rules are no direct contact to the entities in order to protect ourselves. No sage or orange because of house allergies, but all other smudging and cleansing rituals are welcome. So one day, I wasn't feeling well at work, and they told me I could leave. I was getting a migraine. On my way home, I turned my high beams on. The back road I was on had no streetlights, and it was around midnight. My headlights lit up all the trees and roads. I could see perfect colours with my lights. Out of nowhere, this figure walks out on the side of the road. Solid black. Not transparent and no details, just literally black. Around 6 foot tall. He had what I can only describe as flashlights, and he just stared at me. I couldn't see any other details even with high beams on, just his eyes. No nose, mouth, ears, not even an outfit. He was a solid black silhouette. And then he just turned and ran into the forest at an unnatural speed. I thought I was seeing things. I went home to my fiancé shaking. I was too scared to get out of the car. He tried calming me down and making me feel better. He said maybe I was just tired and seeing things. Maybe it was nighttime hypnosis. A few days later, we had friends over. We're sitting there scrolling through apps, looking for a good movie to watch, and I look at my fiancé and friend as they both turn and look out our back door window. They both jumped up screaming. My friend ran to me with tears streaming down her cheeks, and I was confused. My fiancé ran to the room and grabbed a gun and ran out the back door. A few moments later, he came back shaking. I asked him what was wrong. I was severely confused at this point because we have a 6 foot tall wooden fence, and I was trying to tell them animals can't get in our backyard without making a lot of noise if they tried. They both at the same time just said flashlight eyes. I thought they were pranking me. My friend wouldn't sleep in any of our guest rooms because of being near windows, and we all ended up sleeping in the living room together. I haven't seen flashlight eyes since. What could he possibly be? I've looked up ghosts, cryptids and demons. Everything. It looks just like the rake, but the rake is white from what I've found. This was just like the rake, but solid black with no details to anything on his body. Like looking at a child's drawing if they filled in a character with a black Sharpie, and then shining eyes. Someone please help me figure this out and if it's dangerous. I didn't believe in anything paranormal until this incident. My first sighting was 3 miles from my house. In the 9 or 10 years I lived here, so much stuff happened. I thought I'd share the most memorable. First, the voice. I was a kid, probably 7 or 8. I was sick, so I decided to sleep with my mom in our guest room on the pull-out bed. To get to our guest room, you had to walk through our bonus room. We had the door open to the bonus room that night, since the room would get stuffy. So that night, my mom and I were in our beds trying to sleep. I remember it was pretty late and my dad was fast asleep, and all the TVs and stuff were turned off. Anyway, I was just drifting off to sleep when I heard the unmistakable voice of a little girl. It was super clear. It sounded like it came right from the doorway. I was turned away from the doorway so I didn't see anything. I remember I tried to convince myself it was my imagination, even though the voice was clear as day. The voice said, "Mama?" And then my mama asked me, "Did you just say mama?" And then I said no, and basically noped out and refused to turn to face the door. It couldn't have been someone outside, because we lived in the hills and the sound would have echoed. Plus, all the windows were closed and we were on the 2nd floor. Also, I'm an only child. Next, moving toys. There were several occasions I'd find my toys in random places. Like I'd come home and a stuffed animal that was at the bottom of a box would be neatly set down in the middle of my room, on the floor. This time, I'm talking specifically about what happened when I was about 6. There was a night, like many others, where I couldn't sleep. I walked out of my room and down the hall to the top of the stairs and called down to my mom, who was watching TV downstairs with my dad. I went downstairs for like 2 minutes to ask if she could come up and lie down with me. I went back upstairs and a toy I hadn't seen in years was in the middle of the hallway, like carefully placed down. And this happened while I was gone for only a few minutes. Next, the talking crystal ball toy. I had this Alice in Wonderland plastic crystal ball toy that would talk when you pressed a button. You were supposed to ask it a yes or no question, and it would answer with stuff like duh, and absolutely, and no, in Alice's voice. Stuff like that. So one night, probably around the age of 10 or 11, I was trying to sleep and the toy turned on. It sounded like the battery was low or something, since the voice was now super low and really slow. Almost demonic sounding. So I got up and made sure it was turned off, which it was. Then, the second I lie down again, it lights up and says something. So now I'm like, okay, what? And it keeps lighting up and saying stuff. So I took the damn batteries out and it was just making weird noises. And then I said, fuck this, and threw it out in the trash outside. Luckily, it didn't somehow get back into my room like in the movies. Now, the moving tissue box. This happened when I was 14 or 15. I was getting ready for bed one night and was getting ready to put my eye drops in, as I did every night. I had the tissue box next to me on the nightstand. Anyway, I put the drops in, which takes about 5 to 10 seconds. Then I reach for a tissue, but my hand just hits the table. I wiped my eyes with my hands, thinking I had knocked it on the floor. It wasn't on the floor. I was thinking, okay, how the fuck does a tissue box just disappear? It was right next to me. And then I scanned my bedroom, and it's on the other side of my bedroom, on top of my dresser. At this point, I'd been used to shit happening all the time, and at this point, we had sold our house and were moving in a few weeks. So I laughed and said out loud, "Very funny." Then there was a time a heavy object slid and fell off the table. It was family game night, and I was probably 7. We were playing a board game in our bonus room when it happened. I don't know why, but I turned around and faced the windows, where we had a table with a bunch of stuff on it. One thing was an art project I made in kindergarten, which was pretty heavy and unlikely to tip over. So I turned around, and the second I did, the art project slid off the table and landed on the carpet with such force that it literally bounced when it hit the floor. My parents saw it too. I guess they turned around to see what I was looking at, and we just stared at it like, okay, what? And then I started freaking out, and my parents tried to convince me it was just the wind, even though the windows were only cracked and there was no breeze outside. Pretty sure they both knew it wasn't the wind for a fact. Then, small things like appliances turning on by themselves. There were a few times that our ceiling fans would turn on by themselves to the highest speed, or our lights would turn off and on. Also, there were so many times that I was home alone and would hear footsteps upstairs, and a couple times I even felt someone touch my back. When we finally sold that house, there was a day my friend was over. Her mom is a medium or something, and she said that she always sensed the spirit of a young girl, 4 or 5 years old, but didn't tell us because she didn't want to freak us out. Honestly, it makes sense. With the toys and voice, seemed like she was just trying to play with us. Poor girl, I wonder what happened. Anyway, those are the most memorable experiences in that house I had. This happened when I was 17, 9 years ago. I woke up around 3 a.m. Cliché already, huh? Anyway, I needed to go take a piss, and I did. The bathroom is opposite of my room, but at an angle. If I exit straight out of my room, I enter a small open area, and then there's an opening to the living room on the right, and my sister's room on the wall. So I came out of the bathroom and am about to go back to my room, when I hear the sound of small naked feet running from the living room. I look back, and I see what seems to be a young girl with long dark hair, and seems to be wearing a white hospital gown or a one-piece. She runs towards my sister's room and disappears in front of it. I stare at my sister's door for a second, and then write it off as fatigue and my brain filling blanks, and I go back to sleep. 2 days later, my sis and mom are in the kitchen, which is a smaller room next to mine, and my sis is telling her about this dream she keeps having about this young girl that runs around the house, unaware of us living there. Out of curiosity, I asked what she looked like, and my sister said she had dark hair and is wearing a white hospital gown. My spine received some good tingles, but I still don't believe in ghosts. Coincidence is more likely. We did have a few more creepy moments, but that was the only full apparition I've seen personally. Mom's crucifix kept breaking in that house, and after we moved, it was pretty tranquil. I'm not religious, and think this could be many things before it could be a ghost. I did tell my sis about what I saw, and she really freaked out, but I don't know if she fully believed it, and probably thought I was fucking with her. We were staying in upstate New York in a very creepy inn. The week had been a compilation of miseries, with an innkeeper who should never have had that role. Breakfast consisted of spoiled milk, spoiled yogurts, and cereal. She couldn't drive in the winter. She shared, so she couldn't go out to replenish throughout the entire winter. In upstate New York. She would talk you to death, literally sitting down at your table while you were tempted to eat your meagre breakfast you acquired for yourself at the local grocery. She had a little dog that would literally poop and pee on the floor all over the inn, including the dining room. We tried to take it all in stride. Our second to last night, though, we're asleep when a noise wakes me up. I look over and see someone sitting in a rocking chair right beside me, rocking back and forth. I thought that the old innkeeper had overheard our joking about her, got pissed, and was about to murder us. We were never mean to her. We'd just laugh about it in our room or our car. I was terrified. I reach over and hit my husband to wake him up. At the exact moment I wake him, he's having a dream that someone is literally standing over the end of our bed, watching us sleeping. He sits up and attempts to turn on the lamp, but he turns it too many times and it flashes on and then back off. Finally, he gets the light on. There's no one there. I was freaked and ready to get the hell out of there, no matter the cost. It was only a couple of hours before dawn though, so we just sat there with the lights on. When we came down in the morning, I asked the innkeeper, "Have you heard any ghost stories here?" And she responds, "No, I wish. That'd be great for business." Then she proceeded to tell us about how her own adult daughter had slept in our same room. And the hangers started rattling in the closet in the middle of the night. Her adult son saw someone walk down the hall and turn into that room while the inn was empty. But she explained these away as a vent causing the rattling, and a curtain just flapping just so it looked like a person. She asked us what we saw, and I told her. She looks at us and says, "Well, there is no rocking chair in that room." And I said, "No, there's not." She responds, "Well, ghosts don't just bring their own furniture, do they?" And quite frankly, I wasn't sure what the answer was to that question. I'm thrilled to finally have a place to ask after all these years. So, can ghosts bring their own furniture? When I was about 7 or 8 years old, my best friend and I would go out and explore the woods behind his house almost regularly, until one day in the fall. We were on a trail. All the leaves had fallen off the trees and were scattered all over the ground. Even though we were in a heavily forested area, we could still see a couple 100 feet in every direction, as the trunks of many trees were small and very thin, with the exception of a few extremely large trees, oaks and maples. It was a bright, clear, sunny day, so no darkness or shadows from the overhead foliage, as there were no leaves left in the trees. As we walked down the trail and past a very thick trimmed maple tree, 5 to 7 feet thick, probably 10 to 14 in radius, a partridge took off, scaring the hell out of both of us, as it was only a few feet beside us on the other side of the tree. We both spun around and ran like hell for about 40 to 50 seconds up the path. As I turned around, I saw a man with short black hair and a thin beard standing there. After we stopped running, I turned around and he was gone. As I said, this was the only extremely large trunked tree, for 70 to 100 feet around and nowhere else to hide. My friend looked at me and asked if I saw the guy standing there. I said I did. We both called out, but no one responded or replied back. This was back in the 1970s, so we were not as creeped out by perverts or the type of people we have around today. So we walked back to apologise to him, as we thought we would probably scare the shit out of him as well. As we approached the tree, I went around one side and my buddy the other. As we rounded it, we discovered no one was there and there was absolutely no place to hide. At this time, we both decided to run back home. As we returned back home, neither of us talked about it, as we were both now two 7 to 8 year old legitimately freaked out kids. Again, we said nothing to each other and never once spoke of it to our parents, because we were a lot farther than we were supposed to be, and we didn't want to get grounded. Both of us were part of a wolf club organisation, and we needed our literature badge. So I wrote a story telling about what we saw. Unbeknown to me, my friend did the same thing, and we handed it in to our pack leader for him to read so we could get our badges. The following week, our leader contacted our parents and we all had a meeting to discuss the fact that he thought we had copied our stories. Our parents were both adamant that neither of us were together when we wrote them, but he pointed out that it was too much of a coincidence that the stories were virtually identical. Right down to our description of the guy we saw. At no time did we ever discuss what the guy was wearing, only that he had slicked back black hair and a scruffy thin beard. In both of our stories, we both identified a guy, black hair and beard. We both identified that he was wearing a white shirt and a red and black checkered old-style hunting jacket, blue jeans, and white shoes. Again, at absolutely no time did we ever discuss this guy's clothing. To this day, I truly believe we saw a spirit or a ghost. After that, we never returned to that part of the woods, and as the city expands its infrastructure, I'm still waiting to hear that they have discovered human remains. So far, none have been found, but they still have not built or expanded to that part of the forest, as it's deemed a conservation/marshland area, and they're not allowed to dig where that path is located. I'm now 52 years old and truly believe what we saw that day. I still believe that after we die, it's the next step of our human earthbound evolution, that we exist as beings composed of pure electrical energy, and that's why when we catch a glimpse of something or someone out of the corner of our eyes, it's usually an entity of our next existence. I've never met her. She died long before I ever met my ex. Said ex and I were friends for a few years before dating. She'd tell me about her mom in bits and pieces, and after a year or so, I began to go paranoid while stoned that her mom was hanging out with me. I think her spirit derives power from a tattoo said ex has, an arm sleeve of a famous children's game that's name is her name. I hadn't put that part together for a while because I didn't know the mom's name. It was mentioned in passing while smoking together, and then my ex mentioned that one of her friends felt haunted by her mom, before I ever voiced my paranoia. We dated, and it was a futile attempt for long-term love. Shortly after we broke up, her life started to fall apart, but I had told her to leave me alone. Not because she's a bad person so much, as I couldn't control my feelings for her. And she left town to move in with one of her other exes. As far as I know, she's very happy now, but I still catch hints of her mom's presence, and I don't smoke weed anymore. I suppose the spirit could be somebody else, but the most telling example was my Roku malfunctioning one night. For a while, my ex and I still shared streaming devices, but with separate profiles on the same accounts. I'm such a sentimental person, I refused to watch any of the new seasons of shows she and I watched together. When I saw the new season of our favourite cartoon was out, I watched the trailer that exited from playing it. Sometime later that week, after a night I specifically remember not having drank at all, I turned the TV on to it being mid-episode of said cartoon. I went to the main menu and saw it had been playing all night. And this was Netflix, where I had never disabled the "Are you still watching" function. The other night, I noticed my MP3 player randomly started playing in my bag on shuffle. I had been drinking this night, so I suppose it's possible I nudged it without noticing. But from its spot on the floor to the left of my couch, and me on the couch, that feels unlikely. I wish I'd written down what songs played, because I really don't remember now, other than the opening song being an Eminem track. Another weird moment? I've been working on a novel for almost a year now, about all of my most intensely dysfunctional relationships. I fell into a depressive episode one weekend and started to doubt if it was any good. So I rewatched one of my old favourite shows about a writer, Californication, to help rebuild my confidence. After finishing my rewatch a couple weeks later and mostly feeling better, I was reading a Screen Rant article that recommended similar shows to Cali. One was Secret Diary of a Call Girl. I looked through all of my streaming accounts and found it was only available on Prime. I discontinued my renewal notice for Prime as I'm planning on a big move soon and I'm saving money, and only had it for another day. So unable to sleep, I watched what I could. I should mention that my ex's mom was a prostitute. When I finally fell asleep and woke up the next morning, I realised it was my ex's birthday. So I watched the show as much as I could and resisted texting my former partner. Just after midnight, I'd reached the end of season 2, and the title character says to the camera, "You may not get the ending you want, but it's important to write your story." And then the next day, I couldn't continue watching it because my subscription expired. While the breakup was one of the harder experiences of my life, it was also one of the best, because I became something much closer to a man in response to it. If her mom still is with me, it's hard for me to understand why. The last girl I dated claimed to have experience with identifying spirits. She said she felt no people in my apartment, but once felt the ghost of a little dog. My guess was my parents' former puppy they named after my middle name. After my personal ghost experience, I became a total believer. But since then, I also tried to find an answer. If ghosts are real, how do they work? What's the science behind it? So I watched a lot of ghost and paranormal videos online, and I realised one simple fact. Everything is too overcomplicated. There were a lot of videos that tried to explain all kinds of different paranormal activities through hallucination and all the other explanations we already heard so much about. Other videos tried to explain the existence of single beings or one category of ghosts. Like, for example, these ghosts wrapped in sheets originate from the Philippines because blah blah blah. Not long ago, I had a conversation with a friend about the pandemic, and I quickly realised she had less information than she was pretending to know. For example, she didn't know anything about blood, genes, or DNA, but was the biggest expert on vaccines. She simply made the things up that were missing in her head as long as it went through with her kind of logic. That's when I realised how easy it is to explain the most complicated things by taking a step back. I take some distance to the topic to have a greater view of the picture. And there was so much, left and right, that almost nobody thought about. Things do not need to be explained 100% because most people aren't able to understand just 5% of it. So I tried to explain the most important things. For example, a child knows that there is a sun in space, that it provides light and heat over the day, and it disappears in the night. Later, this child learns that the sun disappears because it hides on the other side of our planet. That's all that is needed to know about this topic, as long as nobody wants to become an astronomer. The child doesn't need to know that there's a chemical process that heats the surface of the sun so hot that it shines from such a distance. They do not need to know that the heat is transported via waves, and that's why it does not cool down while travelling through the cold vacuum of space. This is too much information just to understand the fact that there is a sun and there's something like day and night. After this realisation, I think I found my answer. I'm currently working on a video that should explain everything important in a nutshell. It could take some time until it's finished. I have to do everything on my phone because my laptop sucks. I need to do this early statement because I'm also very curious about everybody else's thoughts on it. So everybody, believer or unbeliever, what are your thoughts on that topic? Are ghosts real or not? Why? How to explain a hallucination of someone that could be also recorded on camera? Feel free to express all of your thoughts about it. I can't wait to read it. I decided to go to a ghost town a few hours from my house, as I was bored and so was my significant other. We did our usual snack packing, dog prepping, and car loading. We like to pack out for a few days on a day trip, just in case. We had driven the same route before to get to the town, and we wanted to go a different way to see more of the old decrepit buildings and mining facilities. Our trip was completely normal until we hit Phillipsburg, Montana. Phillipsburg is a small tourist town on the outskirts of Granite Ghost Town, a cool town too. We went through town, which was relatively empty for that time of year, and didn't think much of it. As we went through town to get to the unpaved primitive road, we noticed things looked a bit different, and didn't think much of it either. We saw the usual tourists on quads and side by side heading up, so we followed suit in my car. After a while, we had to turn around, as the road still had snow and it was pretty washed out. I didn't want to force my way up there only to get stuck out of cell range. We came back down the road and then took a random turn because, fuck it, why not? We spent half an hour roaming around, going where I could fit my car, until we hit what looked to be a tailing pile left in the 50s. when the mining operation was still going. In that area was a burned down / blown up facility that processed ore, I think. Parts were scattered everywhere. It was a mess. We took another random turn after taking some pictures and ended up on another unpaved road. I wedged my car through trees, between rocks, etc. About 3/4 of the way through, something hit my car. It was loud enough to scare me, so I stopped, grabbed my pistol from my glove box and checked it out. The first thing I noticed was a god-awful smell, and there wasn't anything dead around me that I could see, so I brushed it off. Turns out, a stick had hit the roof of my car, and the only way for it to have hit my car would have been if it was thrown. My significant other told me I was overreacting, so I agreed and got back into the car. A little while later, the same thing happened. I got out, smelt sulphur, got spooked and kept trekking toward finding a spot to turn around. The road kept getting more narrow, to the point of almost losing grip on the passenger side of a cliff. Fun shit. I had finally turned around and headed back to where I'd turned off, and that's when I saw something. Big, black, almost clear. It just sat there, watching, waiting, hoping for me to fuck up somehow. It felt evil, cold even, like it wasn't supposed to be there. Maybe I wasn't supposed to have been there. I spared no time and hauled ass out of there, hitting rocks and everything else in my path. I've never gone up there again. I don't know what the fuck it is I saw, but it wasn't natural, and it wasn't pleased to see me. Likewise, I guess. This happened a little over a year ago. I was living with my best friend and his then girlfriend. It was a weekend, and they had gone to a wedding about 2 hours away, so that left me alone in the house. We lived in a 3-story townhome, and I usually chilled on the second floor. It was winter time, so I would usually open my garage and smoke in there, since it was better than facing the freezing breeze. One day, I was FaceTiming my then girlfriend, and talking about random, superfluous bullshit that didn't matter, when the urge to smoke hit me. As I went downstairs, I noticed that my door was unlocked and slightly open, so I closed it and locked it. I distinctly remember that I pushed hard on the door and latched it. It definitely wouldn't have locked if it was open, even just the slightest. I went to smoke, came back inside, and double-checked the door. Time went on, and I was still talking to the ex. All of a sudden, I hear something get knocked over downstairs. We kept a lot of paperwork and whatnot down there, and I didn't think anything of it. Might have just been the AC kicking on, and some papers fell. I figured I may as well go clean it up. The stairs going down faced directly at the door, and as I rounded the corner to start my trek down, I froze. The door was wide open. Absolutely terrified that someone was in my house, I went and grabbed a knife and headed down. Nothing. I called the cops to come check out the house. They cleared the house, and I was instructed to wait outside. As they finished up, I walked up to my door and the lock was fully locked. This made me question everything. How would it have opened if it was completely locked? Did I lock it? Did I make sure it was closed all the way? After talking to my ex right after, I asked her to retell the story to me, starting with me going downstairs. She told me I had locked and pushed on the door to make sure it was secure. This wasn't the only time I had something weird happen in this house. I've had paranormal things happen to me almost my whole life. My mother told me similar things happened to her when she was younger as well. Back in the 80s, my mum was in college. This was down in Mexico, where she's originally from. When she started school, it was completely normal for a few weeks, until she started to notice something or someone was following her. She would catch this person in the corner of her eyes at first. The only thing she could think that she was going crazy. The person was always wearing all black and had long black hair. My mother told me that it was scary at first, but then realised she knew what needed to be done. One day, while her roommate was out in the town, My mom was sitting on her bed reading and studying. Glued to her textbook, nothing really broke her concentration until she felt something. The bed slowly started to concave next to her. She stopped reading and looked at the spot that was starting to imprint with what looked like someone sitting down. She froze. She tells me it only lasted a few seconds before the spot started to release, as if someone were getting up. She ignored it and went back to studying. A few weeks went by and her roommate started to ask why things were moved about in the apartment. My mum explained what she had been seeing and that she thinks she's being followed by a ghost. Days went by and her roommate said she couldn't handle it anymore and moved out. She said she had been touched by this being late at night, but when she looked for whatever touched her, nothing was there. Months go by with more sightings and weird things happening around the house. My mom says every now and then this woman in black would come sit on her bed but never hurt her. The last time my mom saw the ghost, she was laying on her bed about to fall asleep. All of a sudden, the woman in black sat on her bed, clear as day. She started to play with my mom's hair. For some reason, my mom knew that it would be the last time seeing her. She said, "Do you need help crossing over?" in Spanish, but the figure sat there silently and shook her head. Then she vanished. I wasn't told this story until I was much older, in my late teens and early 20s. I fully believe her because when I was 14, something similar happened to me, and still happens on occasion. That's a story for another time, though. This wasn't the last time something paranormal happened to my mom. In 1998, my whole family joined karate, taekwondo to be exact. We all went through the ranks pretty fast. By the time I was 10 or 11, I was almost a black belt. I would have made it, but unfortunately we had to move away from our city. Anyways, we had just got back from Ireland on a karate tournament trip. It was our first day back in Arizona, and we were exhausted. My aunt, who flew up from Mexico, had accompanied us on our journey to Ireland and stayed a few extra days after. I didn't know this story until years after it happened. My mom said she didn't want to scare me. I was a huge baby when I was a kid. A little backstory on how my house was set up. From my mom's room, you can see out into the kitchen if you were to sit on the bed. In the small hallway from the bedroom to the kitchen, there was a giant 3.5-foot crucifix with a rosary on it hung outside the door of the room. If you took a left out of the hallway, there was the front door. And if you took a right, there was the living room. Straight forward was the kitchen, and another hallway followed the backside of the kitchen. In that hallway was my room and my brother's room. I hope that was descriptive enough. I tried to find a blueprint or layout, but was successful. Anyways, onto the story. According to how my mom tells the story, this is how it went. My mom and aunt were laying in her bed, looking at the photos of the trip. They were talking and remembering the good times in Ireland we just had. All of a sudden, out of the corner of her eye, she sees it. A child with big blue eyes, dark hair, and wearing overalls. He moved from right to left and stared right at the ladies on the bed. My mom asked my aunt, "Did you see that?" And she replied with, "Yes, one of the boys is out of bed." My mom yells out and says, "I told you to go to bed." At this point, my mom gets up with my aunt and comes to check on me. I'm dead asleep, not even wearing the same kind of clothes. They shake it off and go to my brother's room, dead asleep. At this point, my mom starts to wonder what she saw. She asks my aunt what she had seen. A boy with overalls, blue eyes and dark hair. That's when they both realised neither of us have blue eyes or even overalls in our wardrobe. Both being religious, they went to the crucifix on the wall and started praying, asking if the child needs help crossing over, if he needs to find the lights, etc. At one point, my aunt touches my mom and says, "I can't feel my legs." She's stuck to the floor and begging to be let go. The rosary on the crucifix starts to swing back and forth. They're both freaking out, and then for no reason, everything stops. My aunt is unstuck and the rosary stops swinging. They went back into the room and started praying even harder. Apparently, a few days later, my mum went to the neighbours and asked if anything had appeared in their houses, and the neighbour to the left of us said she hears children playing outside past midnight. But when she looks, nobody's there. The neighbour across the street said she hears them in her backyard, and when she looks, there's also no one there. This is how my mum described it to me years later, so I'm not sure of the accuracy of the story, but I wouldn't doubt this is how it happened, considering the story she told me in my last was almost the same as my situation I have going now. This following happened when I was about 13. I had just moved up to Seattle and I was pretty much a loner. Being a shy kid that didn't really talk much, I decided to pick up a hobby that would get me out of my comfort zone. That, for me, was magic. There's a magic shop in the Pike's Place market I would frequent to pick up books and DVDs. I remember the owner telling me I should practice and practice until I have it perfect, and that my mum could criticize me as I learned. Which she did, and I'm very thankful for that. Anyways, I found a very simple magic trick in one of the books that I thought would be easy enough to do, yet hard-hitting enough to get a good reaction. So I started practicing, day in and day out. About a week or two of practice, I decided to go show my mom. Now the house I lived in was 2 stories. At the top of the stairs you can go right and end up in the bonus room. Or if you went immediately left and took a step, you'd be right in front of my brother's room, and to the right of that was a bathroom with a giant mirror. To the left there was a hallway. My room was right next to my brother's, and from my bed, if I wanted to and if the door was open, I could see right into the bonus room. We usually kept that door closed since no one was ever in there really, and my mom's room was down the hall, past the staircase on the left. Okay, so I walked down the hall to show my mom this trick in her room. I'm proud that I've been practicing for weeks on end, and that I've gotten pretty good at the trick. My mom told me how to spice it up with some talking, what we magicians call patter, and I left her room quite happy that I tricked her. As I walk down the hallway, I'm practicing my sleights and different moves I need for the trick, looking down at the cards the whole time. Then, for some unknown reason, I decided to look up. The giant mirror in the bathroom reflected all the way down that hallway. I froze, and my heart dropped. A man, about 4 feet tall, red hair and an odd smirk on his face, was standing literally right behind me, poking his head out to look at me through the mirror. I panicked and ran straight into my room. I thought I could have been imagining this, but it felt so real. I could feel him on my heels. I was terrified. Moving forward a few months later, I had just picked up the new Harry Potter book, The Order of the Phoenix, and I was excited to go home and read. Obviously, I was attracted to magic because I wanted to do what these wizards had been doing in the books. We got back from my favourite bookstore and I rushed upstairs to read it. I lay in bed and began to read. Hours and hours went by. I was so focused on what was happening in the book. All of a sudden, something catches my eye. The door to the bonus room opened just the slightest. It was already dark, and so was the bonus room. I couldn't see anything in the room for about 2 seconds. Then, there he was. The little man from before. He stood there with the same smirk and red hair. I didn't freak out this time, I just went back to reading. For some reason, I didn't feel threatened or in danger. I looked back to the door a few minutes later, and he was gone. This was the first 2 times I saw this little dude, which later became known as the Red Baron, for no particular reason besides the red hair. Not long before this, maybe a month before, I had gotten a cute little puppy. She's my everything and I love her to death. When I got her, I was going through a list of names she might respond to, since I didn't like the name the previous owner had for her, Dakota. This was at the beginning of the pandemic, and I jokingly said it would be funny if I named her Corona. And wouldn't you know it, she responded, so it stuck. I was in the process of kennel training her, and I had left her in the kennel, which was on the 1st floor, while I went to watch some TV upstairs. I laid down on the couch and started to watch whatever I was watching. About 20 minutes go by and I start hearing Corona whine. I had never heard her whine like this unless someone was about to let her out of a kennel. So I listened. I turned the TV down so I could hear what was going on. I thought maybe my roommate had passed me and went down to let her out. Bedrooms were all on the 3rd floor. I hear one of her toys get tossed across the room. He's definitely got to be down there, I think to myself. But if he was down there, why is he just teasing her? I figured, might as well go down and let her out if she isn't going to. As soon as I stood up, I heard it. A bone-chilling giggle of a little girl. I stopped and listened more. Corona is still whining. I can hear someone doing that click thing you do when you want a pet's attention. I rushed downstairs and I rounded the corner to see Corona wagging her tail and looking into my office space like she had just been playing with someone in that room. I sprint into my office to see this person, but no one was there. The only thing that was clearly moved was her chew toy. Fast forward a month or two, I had told my roommate about what had happened, and he said he felt something watching him as he slept, and heard laughter outside my door late at night. I wasn't too concerned. I took measures to make sure my room was cleansed and protected from anything evil or mean-spirited. Around this time, it's springtime, and we switched from smoking in the garage to smoking on the balcony, which is on the 2nd floor. The glass door was covered by white curtains, but you could still see through them slightly. They had a part in the middle of it, and the AC would make them flutter, pushing them to the side so you can see into the dining room and kitchen area. Well, I'm on my way out for a smoke, and I open the door. As soon as I close the door, I hear the AC kicking in. I turn back and close the door. Nothing strange has happened yet. As soon as I lit my cig and looked at the door again, the curtain fluttered and I could see a little girl standing there. The curtains came back down and she was gone. This is when I knew there was something in the house. About 6 months later, I had a friend move in. He never really believed in ghosts or the paranormal, but I think this changed his mind. We set him up on the 2nd floor because we didn't have another bedroom. One day, about a week after we moved in, he came to me flustered. I asked him what was wrong and he said he saw something the night before. I asked him what and he said, I saw a little girl playing in the kitchen, right next to the balcony window. I told him what had happened previously with the curtains. He freaked out. That was the last time we saw anything in that house again though, because we'd moved about 3 weeks later. This weekend, I spoke to my mum about some of the occurrences and experiences she had. She had told me the story years ago, but I forgot about it. Luckily, she was able to tell me again with pretty good detail. So here we go. After the incident with the little boy in my house, my mum went to our neighbour across the street. My mum talked with the wife and the husband listened in. The wife was shocked and was in total disbelief. She said that strange things happened around the neighbourhood and that it was weird, but the husband wasn't having it. He was a non-believer. He told them to get over it and that it was a bunch of BS. He never had an experience happen before, and he didn't believe because it just sounded dumb. The wife told him to be careful what he says, because it can come back and bite him in the butt. A little while later, my mum was over and they decided to watch some TV. They had a crazy big TV back in the early 2000s. I'm not sure how big it was, but I just remember it being massive. Well, there they were sat. My mum on the end of the couch and the wife on the other end. The husband had his own recliner that he liked to sit on that was to the left of the couch. They start to watch TV. Soon after, my mum says there's a short black apparition that appears to the left of the TV. It walks a few feet and ends up right in front of it and turns around. It stares the husband in the face and then it just disappears without a trace. The husband jumped from his chair and said, "Did anyone else see that?" My mum and the wife startled, but started to laugh because of what his wife had told him not too long ago. He freaked out and it was hilarious. My mum said it was truly frightening, but the reaction of the husband had her rolling in laughter. "We told you not to say anything bad." He said it looked right at him and he could feel it upset him. After that, he never talked bad about the dead. From what my mum said, That whole community was built on Indian land, and it could have been a burial ground. The crazy part is, that little boy that showed up in my house only did so when we were having our pool built. Not once did we have problems before that. She said we might have disturbed the graves or that something was there and we just didn't know. Creepy stuff if you ask me. Anyways, that's about all the story I have from my mom. So I live in an upscale subdivision outside of Portland, Oregon. 5 years ago, a bunch of us were on the back deck of my house drinking wine by the fire. Suddenly, 3 of the 5 guests saw movement inside the house where no one was home. They all described a small boy crossing the hallway of the kitchen. A blur, a shadowy form. We all went to investigate. Nothing there. No kids were home. Flash forward to 3 years ago. My black lab kibbo gets up and saunters over to the location where we saw the boy. He sits, stares, and tilts his head, looking into what appears to be nothing but an empty hallway. It's midday. 3 or 4 minutes later, he goes back to sleep. Never seen such behaviour. Our friends joke about the ghost of the little boy who hangs out between my kitchen and master bedroom. Then 3 nights ago, I felt a strong finger poke me right above my belt in the lower back. I spin around thinking it was my other small dog who jumped on me. Nobody there. That was the first activity in a couple of years, so I didn't think much of it. But last night at 3 a.m, all of my smoke alarms, a total of 6, went off at around 3 a.m. I got out of bed and started walking towards the kitchen, and I heard a thump on the second floor. Freaked me out so bad that I went and grabbed my handgun from the nightstand. As I was walking up the steps, all of the smoke alarms stopped. They blasted for about 90 seconds and then stopped. Nothing on the stove, nothing in the oven, no smoke. Couldn't go back to sleep. Finally, this morning, I'm in my bedroom getting dressed. I hear a spoon drop on the granite counters. I ran out to investigate and found a big ladle/spoon lying on the countertop. It's usually in an oversized cup where I keep wooden spoons, tongs, whisks and spatulas, etc. What the hell am I supposed to do? This has me so freaked out, I'm wondering if I can even sleep here tonight. Any advice or suggestions are welcome. I have experienced what I have dubbed mimickers. I have, and other people in this house, both those that live here and those that have visited, have experienced this here. Though this is not the first location I've experienced this sort of thing, nor was I the only one to experience mimicker activity at another place I lived at. Before going into examples, I'd like to say that my husband, daughter and I have lived in the house for about 16 years. It was built in 1915, and while the previous owner did die, he didn't die in the house. He passed from old age. As far as I know, nothing nefarious has ever happened on this property or in the house itself. I also do not believe our house is haunted in the sense of a presence that also occupies the space with us. Though we do get a lot of random activity throughout the year. Usually sometime in early spring for about a month, and then sometime in fall for about a month. And no, there's no set time or schedule for the shenanigans, which includes the mimicking. So here are some examples of mimicking behaviour. Some instances have been when I was just home, and other instances have occurred while someone else was here with me. In the same room, mind you, and that person may have been a family member or a friend visiting. When my daughter was in school, she no longer is, footsteps could be heard pacing around as if she was dancing from her room. Her room is right above our living room, and she could be heard vocalising happily. She is non-verbal autistic and sometimes would just have some random happy dance party time in her room. This has happened with just me home and with others in the home. I and a friend of mine were in the kitchen one time, which is at the back of the house, when we both heard the front door open. Heavy boot steps enter. There is tile in front of the front door area, and another friend announced herself loudly. My friend in the kitchen and I looked at each other surprised, because even though I used to have an open door policy, I rarely locked the doors back then, and if I knew someone was coming over, I didn't bother with the locks. I wasn't expecting company. Also, this particular visiting friend, we could hear her footsteps walking towards the kitchen, though they never made it very past the tile in front of the front doorway, was not known for arriving unannounced. We both went to go greet her and, well, you've probably guessed that she wasn't there. And the doors were locked. Again, I did lock up the doors, just not often at that point in time. This example comes from a house I lived in as a teenager. It was a 2-level house that was split into 2 units. We lived in the upstairs unit. One day, I was home alone. I was 18 at the time, so many moons ago, and I heard the front door open. I was near the kitchen, which is opposite to the staircase that leads down to the front door. I then heard my brother, aged 15, enter and announce himself loudly. I heard him loudly tromp up the stairs, as was his way, and decided to greet him by telling him to knock it off. As you can guess, no brother. No one in the house saved me, and the door was locked because my mother had it drilled into us to always have it locked. Now, the odd thing about this example is that about half an hour or so later, he did come home, and everything I just described happened in the exact form. So I don't know if this is mimicker activity or some sort of clairvoyance, which is not a strong skill I have. And yes, I believe in psychic phenomena and such, though that is a whole other topic, one that I'll not spend time defending against those that do not believe in such things, as everyone has their own opinion and experiences, and I respect that. So, has anyone else dealt with these sorts of things? These incidents can be a one-timer deal, like the mimicking brother, though the mimicker in that house also mimicked other family members who were not home or were not awake. They can also be reoccurring and even consecutive occurrences, such as the example with my daughter in our current house. We had one streak where we could hear her dancing away and vocalizing happily for a few days straight, though not at the same time each incident. I've lived in my current house for 5 years, and over the years, my roommates and I have heard voices, footsteps, and other various noises that didn't come from any of us. One night, when I was alone in the house, the cat outside, I heard something flick the spring doorstep in the foyer. And then when I went to my room to pretend as if nothing happened, a pillowcase was tossed off my bed. Cool. A few weeks ago, my mom was visiting from out of town. I worked from home and had a shift that morning. She told me she was going to grab us some coffee from a local coffee shop. About 30 minutes had passed, and I was on a call with a client complaining about our software when my bedroom door opened. My mom popped her head in the room, saw I was on a call, and froze in the doorway. I made a funny face at her to indicate the client was annoying and waved her into the room. She shook her head and stood in the doorway. I shook my head at her, dismissing her polite reservation, and waved her in again. It was morning, and I wanted my damn coffee. Again, she shook her head. Then she withdrew from the room and closed the door behind her. The call lasted another couple of minutes. As soon as I hung up the call, I walked away from my desk and went to my daughter's room, where my mom usually posts up. The room was empty. No problem, I thought to myself. She's probably in the kitchen chatting it up with my roommates. I walked into the kitchen. My roommates were there, but my mom wasn't. I walked outside to see if she went to her car for something. Her car wasn't there. I went back to my roommates and asked if my mom had returned. They shook their heads. I asked my female roommate if she had come into my room a few minutes ago, and she said she was so swamped with work, she didn't have time to leave her desk. My other roommate, a big male, was in the middle of a long call. It wasn't him either. I slowly walked back to my room, very confused. I'm trying to rationalise what I had seen, who I had seen. I get back to the desk in my room, sit down, and stare at my monitor for a moment. My door opens again, and my mom walks into the room and hands me my coffee. I ask her if she had just now returned from the coffee shop, or if she got back a few minutes early and was messing with me. The coffee shop, as it normally is, was super packed, and my mom had just returned to the house. I asked her for the receipt, and the timestamp proved she couldn't have been the one to mess with me. I didn't feel threatened or scared by whatever I saw. I'm still trying to figure out if there's another explanation. After 5 years of hearing things, however, I just don't know. I'd be curious to know if any of you have experienced anything like this, or maybe have an alternative thought as to what I had seen. Just wanted to share this maybe not so little story about my childhood dog. I consider myself a skeptic, but I've always been obsessed with the unexplained. This is one of the very few events in my life I cannot explain. We got our first ever dog many years ago, when I was still a kid living at home. She was a friendly cocker spaniel, but she really loved me for some reason. She would never let me out of her sight, and followed me everywhere she could. All our neighbours knew her well, because she would hang out at their house with me until my mom shouted for us to come home for dinner. Fast forward a couple years, and I was ready to head out on my own and find a job. This involved me moving to a different city and saying goodbye to my parents and my dog. I couldn't help but think how she would be looking for me, and I was wondering why I wasn't coming home. But that's part of life, so as hard as it was, I moved on. A few weeks later, I got the terrible news. She was gone. I didn't even really catch what happened. My mum was too emotional to explain, but I gathered that it was raining heavily and she was hit by a car. I don't think I've been sadder. I hadn't been home since I left, and the thought of not seeing my dog when I got back was almost too much. But life goes on. A few weeks later, I found a place to rent, and my parents came to help me move in. It ended up being a perfect bachelor pad, and me and the boys would go out drinking and crash at my place often. One of the very first nights ended with 4 of us passing out after some heavy partying. That's when it started. I woke up the next morning to a large puddle in the corner of my bedroom. Immediately, I'm upset because it looks like one of my friends had drunkenly peed in my room in the middle of the night. We're arguing about who did it. When I take a sniff to confirm, it's not pee, but it smells like wet dog. Weirded out, but too hungover to really care, we all forgot about it soon enough. Then it happens again. This time, there's no one else around. In fact, I see the wet patch on the carpet after getting home from work. The only thing that makes sense is a leak somewhere, so I investigate as much as I can, but no luck finding the source. Anyway, being young and irresponsible, I ignore it and hope for the best. Then the final time. I decided after my first few weeks alone to fly back home to my parents for the weekend. Bag packed, ready for an early flight, I go to bed. When I wake up, there it is. This time, the wet patch is under my packed bag, with the bag in the centre. Weirdly, the bag itself is perfectly dry, but the carpet underneath is soaked. I double-checked the contents of my bag. Everything looked fine. So I decided to ignore it again and head to the airport before I missed my flight. Next, we pick up again in my hometown. Made it there with no issues. Left my bag in my old room and went on with the day. Finally, it's time for bed, and I go to unpack my bag and get ready for the night. All my clothes are soaking wet. The distinct smell of wet dog again. The bag itself is still dry, and I did check my clothes earlier that morning, right? This makes no sense. Looking back, every other part of the story could be misremembering, misinterpreting, whatever you want to go with. But I'll never forget the wet clothes. The fact I had to throw everything into the washing machine that night and dig out some old kids' clothes to sleep in. I also let my parents know, and they also agreed with the wet dog smell. The next morning, I'm chatting to my mum about this, and naturally, we end up talking about our dog. I explain how this has been happening back at my new home for the past few weeks, and then she tells me her story. Apparently, they've also had strange occurrences. Our dog had a metal food bowl that stayed outside. When she ate out of it, you could always hear it scraping against the ground as she did. After she passed, they said they would be woken up in the middle of the night to the sound of the bowl scraping against the ground. After the first few nights, they figured it must be the stray cats, so they packed the bowl away only for the sound to continue almost every night still. After that strange weekend, everything stopped. No more wet patches around my apartment, no wet clothes or wet dog smell. Even the strange sounds at my parents' house stopped after that. It's been 12 years since then, and I've never experienced anything similar ever again. I've thought about this incident many times over the years, and I can't find a way to explain it without the paranormal. But there's some clues, I guess. The wet dog smell, and the fact that she died in the rain. The fact that it didn't start immediately after she died, but a few weeks later, and ended after I went home for the first time. I can never say for sure, but I like to think she couldn't rest until she found me and brought me home. It's almost like she hung around after she died, eating out of a bowl, trying to figure out where I was, until my parents came to help me move. Then she found me in this strange new place and was finally able to rest after she came back home with me in my suitcase, knowing I was safe. Background: family of 5, mom, dad, 1 brother, 1 sister and me. A very superstitious Korean American family trying to make ends meet living in New York City. It all started with a knock on the window, followed by the same routine yelling, "Get away from my window!" That was Miss Shanko, the old lady living on the first floor of a dirty, run-down, roach-infested apartment I called home. She was always yelling at us for making noise, but we were kids and the sun was out, which meant that we were outside enjoying our youth. We couldn't help being noisy. We were kids and we didn't have a lot of money, so playing Marco Polo and Manhunt was our equivalent of playing with a PS1 or N64. There was always something off with Miss Shanko. When we would play outside, she would watch us from a window, but her window was never exposed. She would always just peek through the blinds so only her eyes would peer through. One day, we decided to play a prank on her. We got water balloons and hid under her window. One of my friends would act as the decoy, and when she peeked her eyes through, we threw those water balloons straight at her window. Boy, did that startle her. She screamed and cursed at us, threatening to kill us. But we were kids and she was an old lady. We didn't really care. A month later, she passed away. We were all indifferent about her death because she would always yell at us. We thought we were good riddance. Later on, we found out that Miss Shanko did not have any family and she was alone most of her life, so there was no one to claim her stuff when she passed away. The superintendent, whom we were all close with, asked me and my friends to help him move some stuff out of her apartment. As kids with nothing else to do, we obliged. That was the first mistake we made. As we walked into her apartment, everything was dark. The superintendent thought the fuse was out because none of the light switches were working, but we soon realised she didn't use light bulbs, but she definitely used candles because there were candles everywhere. Her apartment had that old lady smell and another foul stench that smelled like gasoline and rotting meat. The superintendent told me that he was going to get some light from the basement, so it'll be easier for us to see and move her belongings. So we decided to wait outside her apartment because it was super creepy inside. As the super was going to get the light, we heard a loud bang coming from inside the apartment, followed by quiet footsteps. Scared, we hurried outside the apartment so we could wait for the super there. There was no way in hell I was going inside there without an adult. When the super came back, we told him what we heard and he laughed it off. When we got back inside, the super turned on the light and I was amazed at how much of a mess this place was. There were magazines and newspapers everywhere and a lot of books. Old, thick books that you would see in Harry Potter movies. Most of them didn't have any titles on the covers, which was weird. Anyways, fast forward 5 hours later, most of her belongings were cleared besides some furniture that couldn't be moved by 3 8-year-olds and a 50-ish-year-old man. Before we decided it was enough for today, the super wanted to remove the huge rug in the living room of her apartment, and that's when we saw it. There was a huge pentagram engraved, not drawn on, with a marker or paint, but it was perfectly etched on. It was a perfect circle, as if she'd used a giant protractor to get the dimensions perfectly. And in the middle, there was a big star. As kids, we didn't know what it was, but the super did. He was dumbfounded. He told us to go outside and that he didn't need help anymore. Later that night, we all had the same dream. She was knocking on our window, but this time she wasn't screaming. She was laughing. This is a true story. Nothing else happened after, but we were all freaked out. Now, today I'm glad I moved out from that shitty apartment. But whenever I think of my childhood, I think of this event. This happened back in August of 2017, right before my second deployment. My best friend from high school, Kyle, and his girlfriend Taylor came out to New Mexico to visit my family and I. We decided a camping trip would be nice, but my kids were too young to do the whole tent thing. At the time, my oldest was 3 and my youngest was 18 months. We elected to rent a cabin at a campground in Weed, New Mexico, called Camp of the Tall Pines. We chose the biggest cabin they have. It was a 2-bedroom cabin with a bathroom and living room with a good-sized fireplace. The fireplace has a cast iron door with a locking handle. The day we get there, we noticed there was an old CRT TV with a satellite box hooked up to it. There was no DC cable for the box, so Kyle and I decided to run into the nearby town of Cloudcroft to see if we could find one. Give the kids something to do before they fall asleep and all that. We got back to the cabin a couple of hours later, and my wife asked me what I had come back into the cabin for roughly 30 minutes after I had left. She said she heard me come in like I was looking for something, singing to myself, which I often do, and then left. See, the problem is, I hadn't come back. In fact, I was pulling into Cloudcroft about that time. Things got a little crazy that night after we all went to bed. I'd been working on building a fire in the fireplace that night and had been decidedly unsuccessful. There was a little fire going, but nothing that would keep you warm. I gave up and we all went to bed. I had a fan on me. I'm one of those guys that can't sleep without a fan. My wife was in bed with me when we heard bumping sounds coming from Kyle and Taylor's room. I figured Kyle was having problems getting comfortable. Kyle is about 6'4", and the beds weren't built with tall people in mind. Jess, my wife, got tired of the noise and my fan blowing on her and decided to sleep on the couch in the living room. A couple hours later, I woke up to Jess screaming for me. I walk into the living room and see this roaring fire behind the cast iron door. She tells me that she woke up because she heard the handle rattling. Then the door opened up of its own accord and a massive fireball billowed out of the fireplace. Then the door closed and latched itself as I was walking in. I figured the ghost was just trying to give me a hand, so I went back to bed. The next morning, Kyle ribs me and asks if I had a good night. I asked him what he meant. He told me he heard me bumping against the wall all night and assumed my wife and I were making love. We decided it might be best if we didn't stay another night and left that evening. We bought our dream home 6 years ago. Only built in the mid-80s, so not a home you'd assume would have been through anything super traumatic. A few years in, I started to notice a strange heavy presence on occasion when I'd walk into the upstairs guest room. Very rarely used. Nothing malicious, but just heavy air. Didn't think much of it. I had a friend that would stay there on occasion, and one day she mentioned to me that something's in there. She had gone to bed one night, and she told me that she had to loudly tell whatever it was to please leave. But she was very vague on what occurred. She only stayed in the downstairs room after that. Trying not to think about it because of my husband is gone a lot and I scare easily, so I just leave that door shut. And it's down at the end of the hall where I don't need to go anyways. Random odd things like the downstairs TV soundbar turning on full blast in the middle of the night. My husband mentioned a whole light turning on one night after everyone was asleep, all chalked up to electrical mishaps. Yesterday afternoon, however, I was alone downstairs doing laundry, and I just felt off. I went upstairs and my bedroom TV was on. It had been off all day, and loaded to the Amazon Prime welcome screen. We have two remotes and it takes a few clicks to get there, especially if the TV was off. Couldn't find the remote to turn it off, so I ignored it. Went back downstairs. When I came back up 10 minutes later, the TV was off. Now I'm irritated, so I march into that room, swing open the door and tell whatever to leave. Back in my room, I started feeling bad for being super rude to whatever, so I apologised out loud and asked if they knew where my remote was. As soon as I said that, I picked a blanket off the floor and the remote came tumbling out. I said thanks and went about my day. I don't know what's in there, but in my neighbourhood it's very common for multiple generations to live together. My only theory is that an elderly beloved family member possibly resided in that room once and likes to come back for a visit from time to time. It was late afternoon, and I was probably around 10 at that time. I was on my way home from school football when I realised an odd man was walking around my street. At first, I stopped walking and examined the man for a moment. There was something about him that didn't sit right with me. The way he moved, the way he looked, the way he was looking at things in such definitive detail, I couldn't really put my finger on it. All I knew was that his presence made me feel very uncomfortable. I went and sat behind a car so he couldn't see me, and I waited for a few moments. As he walked onto someone's driveway out of view, I ran back to my house, which was only a few doors down. It didn't take me too long to reach my drive. However, at the moment I stepped into the driveway, I felt like I was being watched. I didn't want to look back. I rushed into my house to tell my mum and my grandparents what I had seen. Of course, they just brushed it off and made an excuse for it not to be some kind of alien-like man. I couldn't be bothered to stand around and try and convince them, so I went up to my room and stared. I stared out of my window for a while, and then there they were. My window looks out onto my driveway, so I could see him clearly. He was tall, maybe 6'5" or so, and extremely skinny. His neck was abnormally long and his shoulders were narrow. He wore a white sports jersey and a pair of baggy jeans. The top of his head was large and veiny. Overall, he was a really weird-looking person. I bolted downstairs with the most intense adrenaline rush I've ever had to tell my family. Out of breath, I stuttered out my words, and they walked on into the living room to take a look for themselves. My mum's face turned pale as she stared into the eyes of the person, who was now standing right up against the living room window. So close, in fact, that you could see the condensation from his breath on the glass. He slowly pulled up a notebook from his pocket and started writing. As this happened, everything was quiet and everybody was frozen. It was the eeriest atmosphere I've ever experienced. A few seconds passed, and he finished taking his notes, and he strolled back down the driveway. Still pale, my mum turned to me with an expression of terror and complexion. The only thing we needed to do from here was to contact the police, which we did. However, they looked for this man all over the neighbourhood and he couldn't be found. Overall, this experience has probably been one of the most bizarre and terrifying I've ever had. I'm hoping someone could help me to figure out what was actually happened here and who or what this person was. I had a cat. Her name was Marzi, but everyone called her something else. She was the closest to me and my mother, and we had her for a long time, nearly 10 years. Adopted her back when she was 5 in 2011. We learned in December that she had some weight issues and began to manage it as best we could. But after my mother died, she began to grow worse too. I had to put her down in August on her birthday, according to the chip, and she fell asleep in my arms. Ever since then, every now and then at night, something will happen. What she used to do every night as I was getting ready for bed is she would come over, stretch her paw against my blanket, look to me to give a signal or bearing that, hop at the foot of my bed and curl up by my feet. Nothing strange about that. But what is strange is how for a few months after that, and even a few months in the new home, we moved in 2020 around April, I feel those same series of motions press against my bed. The feeling of her paw against my side, of something suddenly appearing and pressing its weight against my feet. It does tend to spook me, but I always assume it's nothing and go back to sleep. Body remembering things and whatnot, but something strange happened last night. I couldn't sleep very well, and last night around 2 in the morning, I felt those same repetitions in my bed. I rolled over, thought nothing of it, until I felt what felt like something crawling toward me and resting itself beside my head on the pillow. That scared me and made me jump, and a little while later, instead of facing the wall when faced out toward the room, I felt those motions again. I sat up and saw to my very own eyes something depressing the blankets around my feet before it just stopped. Before that, at the old house, my sisters would complain they could still hear the cat darting back and forth outside in the hall, as if chasing mice again. Never had mice, she would sometimes just start chasing something, though that hasn't happened here. What do you guys think? I don't assume it's a ghost, and instead I assume it's due to sleep deprivation and maybe some anxiety, but I can't rule anything out. I was in between moving from an apartment to my new house, but couldn't move in for a few months. My ex-husband kindly offered me a room in his home. This is a fairly new home, split level. In the basement was a bathroom, a small storage room, and 2 bedrooms with a dividing wall. One room was my room, and one room was my son's, who came back for Christmas break from college. So nightly, I could hear creaking upstairs for months. It woke me several times each night, but my ex had dogs, and each time I'd race up the stairs to put them in the garage. They were never there. Besides being irritated, I didn't say anything. One night, my son was asleep in the room next to mine, and in the middle of the night, I'm dead asleep. I heard bang, bang, bang on the wall that separated the 2 rooms. It literally sounded like someone had steel-toed boots and was slamming them against the wall. I woke up suddenly, sat up in bed a little foggy, looked around and thought, maybe it was my son just moving stuff around. It took a while, but finally I tried to go back to sleep. Laying there about 15 minutes later, I heard it again, and this time I saw it. It was so loud the wall was shaking. Bam, 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 bam. I was actually pissed. I had work in the morning and thought that someone was playing a joke on me or something. I opened my door and looked in the bathroom, hallway. Nothing. Then I looked in my son's room. He was sound asleep, sprawled out on his bed, sleeping on his stomach. It was at that point that I started getting a little befuddled. I looked in the storage room and saw nothing, but felt something. Went upstairs, looked around. My ex was upstairs on the 3rd floor with his dogs, all quiet. I was trying to rationalise what this was. Like I said, I had been exposed to hauntings as a child, and this did not feel like that. It wasn't scary. Went back into my room with the lights on and heard nothing else the rest of the night. The next morning, I asked my son, "Did you hear anything last night?" He replied, "You mean the banging on the wall so loud that it almost broke my mirror? How could I not hear it?" I told him I looked in on him and he was sleeping. He told me he was pretending to be asleep because he was scared to death. Then he said, "Mom, if I tell you something, please don't tell anyone else." My son is a 22-year-old, 6'1", 190-pound young man. Yet he was truly scared of the things that have been going on in his room the past 2 years. He says he thinks it's coming from his closet. The storage room is directly behind the closet. He tells me about the time that he hung his coat on the outside of the closet, then went in to take a shower. When he came out, the coat was on the floor right outside of the shower on the mat. He tried to rationalise why that would happen, but realistically, why would someone drop a huge winter coat on the bathroom shower floor mat? Noises, scratches, missing items, nothing that he can really state for certain that he didn't lose or move. But they happen so frequently that he cannot deny that someone else was doing this. He will not sleep in his room without one of the dogs, and frequently the dogs growl at the storage room door. I have 2 older sons as well. That day they stopped by and I told them about the evening's events. They both simultaneously told me, Well, yeah, it's the ghost in the storage room. I'm like, what? They said when their dad first moved in, they went to move some items into the storage area and felt the worst feeling. They said almost like it was preoccupied. They never went back there. Literally, there's nothing stored in the storage room, and now I know why. Then I started to piece things together. All the nights I heard the creaking above where I sleep, this thing has been here a while. From roughly 1998 to 2000, I lived in a house that gave me, my sister, mom, and other visitors paranormal experiences we often share to this day. The house had no history that we knew of or learned of. I was 7 when we moved in and going on 9 when we moved out. My sister was 3 years older. My stepdad was often gone for work. The first experience I remember having was shortly after we moved in. It was also the first to have a paranormal experience in the house. When you walked in the house, there was an entryway that opened up to the living room on the left. The staircase to the upstairs immediately on the right, and straight down the walkway took you to a room we called the den. I remember shortly after moving in, I went into the den to find a man just standing in the corner. Unsure who he was, I remember going to my mom in the kitchen and asking her, who was the man in the den? Concerned, as she thought we were the only ones home, she went with me back to the den. Empty, of course. I don't remember the chronological order of events after the initial encounter, but they continued until we moved out. They were so frequent that I and my sister were terrified to be upstairs alone. The only bathtub was upstairs, and I remember we would try to convince each other to sit outside the bathroom while the other bathed, for fear of being upstairs alone. Any time you were alone in the house, the eerie sense of being watched was almost overwhelming. During the time, we had a stepbrother, Shay, who was roughly my age, and he would come over from his mom's every other weekend. We shared a room and had bunk beds, which I slept on the top. One evening, I woke up late and saw the silhouette of a head at the foot of the bed. I remember whispering, "Shay, what are you doing?" This prompted me to draw attention to listening, to which I noticed his regular, rhythmic breathing I'd grown accustomed to hearing from him sleep. So I knew he was under me, asleep, not at the foot of the bed. I covered my head under the blankets and shut my eyes until I fell back asleep. The next morning, my mom shared her experience from that same night. Our stepdad was out of town this particular weekend, so the only people in the house were me, my mom, my stepbrother, and my sister. Late the previous night, my mom had been in the den on the computer. She heard us stomping up the steps. Being past our bedtime, she said she immediately came upstairs to check on us, only to find us all sleeping. During the time she was in my sister's room, she heard another round of someone using the staircase. We all confirmed with my mom that morning none of us had been up. I also shared what I saw. Another night, everyone was downstairs. Me, Shay, and my sister were all in the den playing Mario Party on the N64. We were hearing regular, hard thumping coming from upstairs. We knew the whole family was downstairs. We also had all had enough encounters at this point to know better than to go upstairs. My sister was always a little more bold than me, however, and she convinced my stepbrother to go upstairs with her. When she said she saw was 2 women fighting in my mom's room, one slamming the other to the ground by a hair. Those are the experiences I remember in explicit detail. Looking back, they almost seem surreal, as I've had nothing even relatively close to that level of supernatural happen since I lived there. Other family friends have told us about seeing who, in our circle, became known as the Black Man. This is the figure I saw in the den, as well as at the foot of my bed. He was most often seen in the den. My mom has stories of her blankets being yanked off her in the middle of the night, as well as feeling pressure on the top of the blanket, like a hand pushing down, only when my stepdad would be out of town. Interestingly, despite living with us the entire time we were there, my stepdad never had any experiences. My mother's brother suffered from schizophrenia, and she cared for him. She says I look exactly like him. My mum has stories like once he had woken her and my dad up at 3 a.m. from her bedroom door, saying there was a screaming turtle in her mattress while he held a knife. But he never hurt anyone ever, and apparently always meant well. He died before I was born, hit by a car out front of the house. Anyway, I have many stories about my uncle's ghost. First, when I was a toddler, when I would cry, the only way to make me stop crying was to put me in my carriage and rock it back and forth. Well, once, my mum was in the living room visiting with our neighbour, and I began to cry in my carriage. And after my mum got up to go over to the carriage, I stopped crying, as the carriage slowly rocked by itself while the mobile turned. My neighbour said it scared her so badly, she just sat there staring at it with my mum. Second, when I was little, I was really sneaky and liked to jump out from behind the closet or curtain and spook my little sister or mum. Well, when I was about 8 or 9, I still took the opportunity to spook others when given the chance. One night, me and my mum were sitting in her room watching TV, when my sister, who had left to grab a snack, returned with a puzzled look before asking me how I got back to the room before her. I told her I never left, and my mum confirmed. She says that she saw my feet from under a curtain to our back door and heard me giggling. At first, I thought she was mocking me because I don't giggle. My mum jumped up and ran to the back door to check all of the locks, making sure they were locked. As I went with my sister to see what she was talking about. Third, if you leave the light in the bathroom on, it will sometimes just get turned off. When I was about 12, my mum was in the bathroom and I heard her say, "Ryan, turn those lights back on." My room only being a few feet away, I was confused and got up to find out who Ryan was. After she left the bathroom, she told me that Ryan likes to mess with her and turn off the lights while she's in the restroom. I immediately began my storm of questions as she told me all about Ryan haunting our house. I did not believe her at all, until my experience. When I was about 15, my little sister's appendix had ruptured, and my mum went with her to the hospital, and I go to watch over the house for the week. It was awesome until the first night. My mum slept with the TV on, so it was extremely quiet in the house because I didn't like leaving on lights or anything I wasn't currently using. I heard everything in our tiny house. With every little odd sound, I rationalised it to be my head messing with me. So I decided to take an early shower. I turned on the hot water in the shower and remembered I would need a towel, so I obviously went and got one. I stopped in the bathroom door terrified because I saw a tall and skinny, not abnormally skinny, but skinny, shadow of a man standing in the middle of the room. I don't know how to explain this, but the shadow didn't come from something, but it was like a person standing there, but they were full black and see-through. There wasn't any light on besides the bathroom lights, but I hadn't entered the room, so my shadow would have been behind me. I stood there only for a moment before dropping the towel and running to my room, getting some clothes on, and quickly made my way to the front door, stopping at the bathroom, looking in to see nothing there. I turned off the shower and left the house, locking it and running 3 blocks to my friend's house. I didn't tell him that's why I was there. That's just crazy. I asked if I could stay the night, as it was weird in the empty house by myself. His parents understood, as they knew my sister was in the hospital and all that, and I stayed there, only going back into my house for fresh clothes for school. Otherwise I lived with my friend. When I told my mum after she got home, she asked what it looked like, and I was like, "What?" It was a tall skinny shadow. Shadows don't have features. And she just said, if it was just a tall skinny shadow, it was probably just Ryan. I haven't really seen much more of Ryan, other than the bathroom lights turning off while I'm in there with me shouting, "Turn the lights back on." No response. They only come back on when I politely say, "Ryan, please turn the lights back on." My mum was a realtor and has shown a variety of different houses in her time working that job. About 4 years back, she came home from one pale and jittery. I joke that she looks like she's seen a ghost. She just slowly nods. Apparently, she had been taking pictures of the house in order to put them online, and had been standing in the doorway checking through the digital camera. She'd been taken a while and was apparently halfway through when somebody had impatiently cleared his throat behind her. Now, she was the only one at the house, and so practically jumped through the door to get out as soon as she heard it. Standing on the front porch, she realised she'd left the keys behind her, and so had to brave going back in order to retrieve them. She ran in, grabbed the keys, and ran out, back to the car and back home. That's where I came in, made the joke, and the story enters an endless loop of retelling and retelling. Now, the house is old, apparently pre-Civil War 1800s, so it's entirely possible that the house is haunted. She goes and calls the homeowner after we discussed whether to do it or not. She calls him, waffles for a bit, and then asks him if the house is haunted. Finally, he asks her, "Which one did you see?" Apparently, there's 2 ghosts on the property. The ghost of a doctor who the wife of the homeowner saw bending over her one night to check her temperature when she was sick. The other is the ghost of the grandmother of the family who originally owned the house. She'd gone crazy for one reason or another and had been locked up in one of the upstairs rooms, with a hole drilled through the door in order to look in and see her. People apparently have claimed to see her looking down from that room's window. Months pass as the house tries to sell, and finally, Mom had an open house one Sunday, where over 100 people come by to look at the house. Near the end of the day, somebody approaches her about buying it, and she promises to begin walking them through the process. That was Sunday afternoon. Monday morning, Mom's woken up by a phone call from one of the other realtors, telling her to turn on the TV. Sure enough, on the local news, the house is ablaze and quickly burns completely to the ground. Everybody's a little shaken, and several theories are put forward, from racists to the homeless. Me? I'm firmly convinced that the ghosts didn't want to give up their house that easily, and so dealt with it the only way they could. From about 2018 to 2019, I lived in an apartment by the college I was attending. It wasn't an old apartment, wasn't made out of an old house. Nothing about it seemed like it'd be the least bit haunted. I didn't really even notice all that much to make me reach that conclusion. Sure, sometimes I'd smell the same food cooking about the same time some mornings and nights, and sometimes it'd sound like somebody was taking a step in the living room. But I attributed both to the rooms on 3 sides of me. The steps could be someone above me, and the food could be anybody cooking. I never even contemplated that it was haunted, until one day. This was during the 2019 spring semester. I was graduating at the end of the semester, and so the school year was ramping up and stressing me out. I'd taken naps during the day in order to cope with a broken sleep schedule, and would often sleep during the day, laying face down on the bed in order to block out the light. One Monday, I'd taken a nap. Class had either been cancelled or I decided to just skip it that day, and nothing seemed out of the ordinary. That was until I blinked blearily awake, with the concrete sensation that a hand was stroking my bangs, starting from the roots and running their fingers through to the tips. It felt nice, to be honest, all except the fact that I lived by myself in that apartment. As soon as I woke up enough to connect that something didn't feel right, I remember jumping up and yelling out in surprise, swearing in complete alarm. The sensation immediately went away, and I was left shaken and standing in the bedroom. I collect myself, go get supper, and try to figure out what's happened. Upon doing research, an old cabin used to be in that spot, and before that, during a battle fought there during the Civil War, a tent had been placed somewhere near there for the soldiers and nurses. I spent the next few months trying to figure out who it could have been and wanting to try to experience it again, but it never came again. I have no idea what it was, and never experienced anything else ever again. I just wonder who it was, and why they seemed so interested in my well-being. In a way, it was kind of nice, kind of sweet, and I have this weird desire to at least know who it was. And what happened to them? Is that weird? Feels weird to me. This happened to me when I was about 11 years old. It was the 90s. I've lived my whole life in El Paso, Texas. The culture is rich in folklore and religious beliefs. Many Hispanic families have stories of the paranormal. One legend popular is the legend of the Weeping Woman, aka La Llorona. The legend of La Llorona is Spanish for the Weeping Woman. It has been a part of Hispanic culture in the Southwest since the days of the conquistadors. The tall, thin spirit is said to be blessed with natural beauty and long, flowing black hair. Wearing a white gown, she roams the rivers and creeks, wailing into the night and searching for children to drag, screaming to a watery grave. No one really knows when the legend of La Llorona began, or from where it originated, though the tales vary from source to source. The one common thread is that she is the spirit of a doomed mother who drowned her children, and now spends eternity searching for them in rivers and lakes. One night, it was just like any other night I lived in a trailer with my mum and dad. My youngest brother was staying with my aunt that night. I fell asleep watching Jay Leno as usual, and when I woke up, I was on the sofa in my living room. The time was 4 a.m, which was illuminated from the stove in the kitchen. The television was off, and normally I had a light on, but this time it was pitch black. I woke up, and I heard a horrible screaming that was coming from afar. The screaming was coming from a ditch that was a few feet away from my home. I heard it, and I thought I was hearing things. I asked myself, am I dreaming? Then I started to hear the animals outside howling and whimpering. These animals that I speak of are cats and dogs. As the screaming got closer, the animals continued to cry. The screaming was something I've never experienced before. It sounded like I was in a big hallway and a woman was screaming her guts out down that hallway. Then, in all the screaming, I started to make out words. These words being said by whoever this was at 4 a.m. screaming their guts out shocked me. The woman said, "Oh, my children." In a huge panic, I quickly got up from the sofa and ran to the kitchen, which was right next to where I was asleep. I turned the closest light and looked around. The screaming didn't stop. In fact, the screaming only got louder and closer. I questioned my sanity at that moment. Was I going crazy or hearing things? Then I thought to myself, this is real, and the animals are responding to it in a negative way. So I did what any other 11-year-old boy would do in a moment like this. I ran to my mum and dad's room. I reached for my mum and shook her awake wildly. She woke up slowly, and to my amazement, the screaming faded away as she woke awake. I thought to myself, what the heck is going on? I told my mother, "Mom, do you hear that screaming and crying lady?" My mum was half asleep as she said, "Go back to sleep, it's most likely just your imagination." I told her, "No, this is real. Please listen. Don't you hear her?" My mum quickly just said, "You're dreaming, so go back to sleep. It's going to be okay." By then, the screaming had faded long away, as if whoever was screaming knew that an adult was awake. I was terrified as I returned to the living room and quickly turned on the television as I left most of the lights on as well. I didn't go back to sleep until the sun came up. I couldn't believe what I heard and witnessed. I was treated like a crazy person whenever I told my story. It got so bad that I kept my experience to myself. To this day, I don't care what people think of my experience. I know what I heard. A couple of years later, it happened to me again. This story takes place after the first incident, with the woman known as La Llorona. Not much happened after the first time I heard her. An incident occurred with my aunt about a year after my encounter. According to my aunt, they were sleeping and suddenly there was a horrible sound coming from the ditch located in front of their house. There is a street in between the ditch and the house, but a house and the ditch are really close to one another. It was about 2:30 a.m. when my aunt was awakened by a screaming woman coming from the ditch. She figured maybe somebody was being hurt or attacked. She walked out to the front yard looking towards the ditch and saw there was no woman. My cousin, her daughter, walked out the front as well, asking what was happening. My aunts, of course, had no idea as the screaming grew closer. Then they saw her, a woman in a white dress. The only thing that shook them to the bone was the woman had no feet and was clearly floating. One other feature that threw them off was that this woman had no face. They both just turned after seeing that and ran inside their house. My aunt locked the door and called the police. The police showed up minutes later and took their claim seriously. El Paso PD was soon looking at the area where this woman was seen and heard screaming. The police soon returned and said there was no evidence that a woman was there. They looked at the area where the woman was seen walking, and not even footprints were found. One of the police officers even asked if maybe my aunt was dreaming everything that happened. The next day was when I went over to visit, and I saw my cousin like I've never seen her before. She had black bags under her eyes, and she hadn't slept since the incident. I asked her what happened, and she said she saw what my aunt saw. The screaming woman with no feet and no face. It took her a while to sleep normal again. She never heard or saw La Llorona again, but to this day, she won't deny that she witnessed something that she can't explain. Unlike my cousin, I don't have the look of avoiding La Llorona. It was in the early 2000s when I worked here in El Paso, Texas, at a local supermarket named Big 8. One of the shifts that I worked was from 3 a.m. to 12 p.m. This store was located in the lower valley of El Paso. In the back of the store is a small ditch. One early morning at about 4 a.m., I had the back doors open and I was taking the empty milk crates outside of the back. I was working with 2 other guys at the time of this incident. One of the guys named R thought it would be funny to close the back doors and lock me outside as a joke. When I heard the doors close shut, I knew he was just messing around. I thought to myself, I'll just stay quiet and wait for him to open the doors again. I wasn't going to give in to the joke of trying to scare me. I stood by the door smiling, thinking to myself, he's not going to scare me. I could see R laughing on the other side of the doors. I thought to myself, well, the joke is on him because I'm not scared. About 1 minute later, in the far distance, I heard screaming. I thought to myself, it's the same screaming that I heard when I was 11 years old. The screaming got louder and closer to me. I felt a chill down my spine and felt that I was being watched by some unseen force. I felt a sense of hopelessness. It was a feeling unlike any other. I started pounding on the door. I yelled, "Let me in! There's somebody out here!" I pounded my fist and started kicking the door. "What the fuck? Let me in!" I could hear R laughing on the other side of the door. I started to kick the door harder. The screaming was now coming from right in the back of me. Just then, R opened the door and said, "What the fuck is that?" Just then, I ran inside and locked the warehouse door. R said, "Why was that lady screaming? Did she need help?" I told him that I don't think that was a lady. I told him what had happened to me when I was younger. R told me, "Jay, don't you think maybe you're cursed or she's following you?" I stayed quiet when he told me that. I couldn't work my shift normally after that. It took a few hours to get over what happened. I admit I was scared, and maybe R was right. What if she was following me? There is one more incident that took place right after. In 2015, I started working as a custodian at Cedar Grove Elementary. Behind the school is the border highway. Then the Rio Grande is of course covered by a huge metal fence that separates Mexico from El Paso. I worked the night shift from 2:30 to 11 p.m. One night, I was stuck working with another custodian until midnight. Right when we were about to leave, we did a walk through the school to make sure all the doors were locked on the outside. I worked with another custodian named C. C always told me that he was never believed in ghosts. Up until that night, I can say. We walked to our cars, and just as I was about to leave, I saw C had opened the hood of his car. Then he asked me, "Hey Jay, can you give me a jump? My car battery is dead." I told him yes, of course. Just as I stepped out of my car, a loud screaming came from the Rio Grande. All the animals in the nearby neighborhood started howling and crying. Once again, the screaming resembled a woman screaming her guts out in a hallway as it echoed all over. C looked at me and said, "Oh my God, is that a demon?" I told him, "No, C, that's La Llorona." He looked right at me and said, "No way, she can't be real." Then I said, "I've heard of her before." And C said, "Hurry please and let's get out of here." I gave him a jump, and just then we saw a border patrol jeep speeding towards the screaming woman. Just then I thought to myself, I can record this and share it with the world. I took my phone out, and just as I hit record, the screaming faded away. C and I looked at each other and he said, "What the fuck?" "Sorry, Jay, I'm leaving, before that evil witch comes back to get us." We both left, and the very next day, C was telling everybody at work how he heard the witch crying the night before. That was the last time I encountered her. I don't think it's the last, as I feel that she may choose who or hears or sees her. I have other paranormal stories, as I was part of a group here in El Paso, Texas. We've investigated many historical locations. I also got the chance to investigate with Amy Bruni and other celebrities that have visited El Paso. There are many places in El Paso, Texas that have stories of paranormal activity. History in El Paso has stories from the legendary Pacho Villa and Billy the Kid. But growing up in El Chuco or the 915 has its share of legends and tales. The many famous locations that are known here in El Paso, Texas are Concordia Cemetery, El Paso High, Plaza Theater, and many more. One location not many people know about is Southwestern General Hospital, located near Cotton Road. In 2009, I was interested in the paranormal due to the fact that I had many paranormal experiences growing up. I found a website that held ghost tours at the old Southwestern General Hospital. I was excited and ready to go on a ghost hunt. The group that held the ghost tour was named Ghost, or Ghost Hunters of South Texas. The group was professional, and they used many of the items that paranormal researchers used at the time. Before the tour, they showed us proof that they had been captured while investigating the property. EVPs included a little boy saying, "Play with me, please," and a woman with a southwestern accent responding to questions. The woman is said to be a nurse seen on the 4th floor by security guards. The woman is said to be seen dressed in an old-time nurse attire. After the tour, the group said they were having openings for new members, and the new members would be tested and would be considered in maybe being a part of the new team. I was quick to join and try out. I made the team. The team would have private group ghost hunts, so we had the building to ourselves. The 3rd floor was used as a hospice type of area. The building has 4 floors. The 1st, 2nd, and 4th floor were left abandoned and looked like a scene out of a horror movie. Hospital beds lay in rooms dusty and unused. Many papers and nurse logs lay on the desks and had dates from 1995. I even found a death log that had names and dates. The most active areas were the 4th floor and the 2nd floor. The 4th floor had a baby nursery and many rooms that were once used for families that would welcome new babies. One EVP that was caught in that area was of a baby crying. At the time that the EVP was caught, there were no babies in the building, and it was after 12 midnight when it was caught. Also, on the 4th floor, there was a long hallway with empty patient rooms. In that hallway, shadows were always seen running or moving. The 2nd floor had old surgery rooms with no windows. Video evidence of a man screaming was caught in this area. Also, many shadow figures were seen in this area. When doing research on deaths in the building, it came up that a nurse was crushed to death when a malfunction with the elevator happened years ago. During the time I was a part of this group, we investigated this building many times. I also led ghost tours in the building with other members. I witnessed shadows, disembodied voices, screams, and one time heard a female humming a song, only to find that the room empty and dark. Videos of doors opening on their own with no wind or people in the building. Also, the third floor had employees that would see things and hear things. Patients also complained of a kid running in their room or a man standing over their bed just looking at them, only to disappear. Over the years, I gained experience and loved what I did. As a group, we investigated many places such as schools, homes, and cemeteries in El Paso. We also got to investigate the old Arsarco smelter before it was demolished several years later. I got to ghost hunt with people from Ghost Hunters and Ghost Hunters International. I met many celebrities, and the group had them take their own personal ghost tours. It was fun, and I grew a thick skin for being scared of anything that goes bump in the dark. One of my favourite places to investigate was Southwestern General Hospital. I never believed in being followed home. One night, after investigating, I was at my apartment eating on my couch and watching TV. I had my hallway light on near the front door that was visible from where I was sitting. All of a sudden, from the corner of my eye, I saw a shadow of a person on the wall near the door. I turned and saw the shadow in full form. It was about 6 foot tall and all black. Then 1 second later, the shadow moved as if running down my hallway to my bedroom. I froze in horror, thinking somebody was in my apartment. I got up and walked to my bedroom. Nobody was there. I searched the whole house. Then I thought to myself, maybe I'm going crazy. I soon went to bed a few minutes later. It was about 3:20 a.m. when I felt my bed shake. I woke up to my sheets being pulled off me very slowly. I tried to move and I couldn't. My sheets slid very slowly off me towards the floor. I couldn't move and I started to hear growling in my right ear. From the corner of my eye, I could see something moving near my head on the right of me. It was on my pillow. I could only see it from the peripheral vision that it had hair. It was hairy and brown. If I can compare it to something, I would say Chewbacca from Star Wars type hair. It was moving and the growling continued. I tried to move my arm and could only move my fingers. My eyes started to water up with tears. The blanket was still being pulled off me little by little until it hit the floor and I was no longer covered by my sheet. I felt the hairy thing moving next to me and the growling grew louder. Then all of a sudden, I was able to sit up. I turned and looked to see what was next to me. The hairy thing was gone, but I could see the imprint of where it sat on the pillow next to me. It was the size of a full-grown cat. Then I looked around the room to gather my sanity. My sheet was on the floor and my eyes were still watery. I asked myself, was that sleep paralysis? I found it hard to sleep that night due to the fact that I lived alone in that apartment. The next day, I had a girl over to my apartment that I was seeing from school. I was playing PlayStation and she asked if she could take a nap in my bed. I said yes. She went to my bed and fell asleep. 20 minutes later, she came back to my living room crying. She said, "I have to leave now." I asked her what had happened, and what she said shocked me. She said something that shook the bed and woke her up. She couldn't move, and that's when the growling started in her ear. Then the bed went down, as if somebody was lying down next to her. She tried to scream for me and couldn't. Then she felt as if somebody was breathing on her neck, as the growling grew louder. She said it lasted about 2 minutes, and she was finally able to move. Once she was able to move, she ran to me in the living room. After she explained what happened, she grabbed her stuff and left out my door. I didn't tell her what had happened to me the night before, but for the same thing to happen to her was enough proof that something wasn't right. I couldn't explain what was happening. First thing that came to mind was that something followed me home. After a few days, all the activity stopped. Only when I would go on investigations, I would see shadows in my apartment and then it would just go away. I loved what I did, and the only time I feared the paranormal is this moment. I no longer ghost hunt, and the group no longer gets together. Southwest General Hospital was purchased and is now remodeled and is in use. I I can only imagine what the employees of LTAC go through by being in that building. Every now and then, I drive down Cotton Road and past the building. I miss the days of being a part ghost hunter El Paso. If you're ever in El Paso after stopping at Chico's Tacos, be sure and pass by the old building by the Star on the Mountain, formerly known as the Southwest General Hospital. In January, something unexplainable happened to me. I don't know anything about being psychic or anything like that, but all my life, strange things happen. I don't know if it's because I have such a deep bond with my husband, who I've been with for 25 years, but also happens with my mum and friends I'm not that close to, etc. I basically am thinking something and they'll come out with it. The exact same thing. For example, I was sat next to my mum and was thinking how nice it would be to hire a motorhome and go to Cornwall, UK this year. As I finished the thought, my mum said we should all go on holiday to Cornwall this year. Prices of staying places are crazy, so it'd be great to hire a motorhome. A few days later, I sat next to my husband, and again, this has happened so many times. I have a feeling of panic, dread, same feeling I have at every time something was wrong. And one of my husband's friends came into my head. We only see them once a year, so it was odd. Then my husband says, I need to tell you something. Our friend Louise has breast cancer, and it's terminal. Again, I saw this before it happened. There's too many times to say that has happened to me, but this one stays with me the most. I have an auntie that lives 45 minutes away. Very healthy for her age of 74, but was slightly diabetic. My mum calls her once a week to check in. She wasn't very social and always at bingo alone, so it was often she didn't answer the phone. So mum tried the next day, still no answer. Again, this wasn't unusual. By day 3, I spoke to my mum and said I have a bad feeling in my stomach. Dread, panic. Something is wrong. I said to call the police to do a welfare check on Auntie, as my mum couldn't leave my nan, as she's her full-time carer, and sadly Nan has severe dementia. I'm disabled and don't drive myself. Mum said no, because if she's not at home, they'll break her door down, and she won't be able to pay for it. She'll be okay, and she'll be at the bingo. This feeling got worse and worse, and I went behind my mum's back and called the police. They called me to say there was a lot of mail piled up, and I said to go ahead and break in. Sadly, my aunt was found dead on the floor. They said she had started to decompose, so we couldn't see her. She'd been dead approximately 1 week, so must have happened just after we spoke the previous week. She had a huge bleed in her brain, / a stroke. Which is strange, also as her sister, my nan, also had a bleed in her brain, but luckily survived. But that's what's caused her vascular dementia. Anyway, we were very upset and felt awful that she'd laid there all that time. I eventually fell asleep that night and was awoken by a text at 3:10 in the morning. It was from my auntie's phone number. She had a pay-as-you-go phone and hadn't added credit for years. It had no credit to text or call. I tried it when we got her belongings. The phone was in her empty flat once they removed her body. The text was blank and didn't say anything at all. But with no credit and no one to send it to me, I truly believe this was my aunt, somehow trying to contact me. This is my husband's story. It's always creeped us out. The first few times he told me the story, I just told him he probably had a weird dream. But he's insistent that this was not a dream. We've searched the web many nights trying to find an explanation or a similar story, but there's nothing. So tonight, I said tell me the story again. I'll put it online, see if anyone has experienced something similar. I don't know why we didn't do this earlier, honestly. Here we go. I spent most of 2015 woofing in Europe. For 2 months, I was working at a healing centre in Kilkenny Island. One night, after the owner and I watched a movie, Dirty Dancing, irrelevant, but I know people will ask, we both went to our own bedrooms. I got ready for bed, laid down, plugged my phone in, and saw it was 10:08 at night. I laid on the bed, on my back, facing the ceiling, and closed my eyes. Almost immediately, something made me want to open my eyes. The moment I did, both my legs were lifted upward toward the ceiling. I was then dragged by my feet to the foot of the bed, and then straight off of the bed onto the floor. I couldn't feel it when I hit the floor. I was then dragged over to the wall. My legs were still lifted up towards the ceiling, and were now flush with the wall. I realized I wasn't in control of my body. As I stood up, turned around, and faced the door leading to the hall, my body walked down the hall, very slowly, arms at my side. I couldn't talk or move my body myself, but could feel that I was being moved like a puppet. I walked all the way downstairs, through the kitchen and dining room, back into the living room where I had just been watching a movie. I sat down on the couch, but did not sink it. Sat more like a robot on the edge of the couch, my arms limp at my sides. I'm facing the fireplace, and I just stared straight forward for about 2 minutes. While I sat there, I couldn't speak or move, but my mind was racing with questions and fear about what was going on. I don't know exactly how to say this, but here it goes. As I was sitting there, my body felt like it wasn't still. Like I could feel my body slightly shifting in place as if I was just sitting there. After the 2 or so minutes of this, I get up and stare straight ahead for a moment, then retrace my steps slowly back through the dining room and kitchen, back up the stairs, through the hall, back into my bedroom. I lay down on my bed, still not feeling at all in control of my body. I close my eyes and open them again, and I've regained control of my body. Everything is fine. I figured I had dreamed the whole thing and looked at my clock expecting it to be the middle of the night, which would further justify my assumption that it was all just a dream. But it was only 10:14 p.m. I used to work as a cleaner when I was 16, and between colleges. This is the UK, so I'd already left school. The place I worked was a popular clothing store near my house and built over ancient farmland. Also, rumours of Druid burial grounds nearby, but that's another story. I've always been sensitive to the paranormal from a very young age, but this was by far the most haunted place I've ever worked, and my first apparition sighting. We were a team of 4 to 5, and all of us were assigned to different parts of the store. One of the sections was the women's fitting rooms. We would vacuum the rugs and cubicles, polish the mirrors and all of that. You would hear high heels on the tiles the whole time you were down there, and the sounds of rustling paper, coat hangers rattling, etc. General feeling of discomfort and unease, as though you were being followed and watched. This is hours before the store opened, so no customers. Sometimes a manager would be there, but they stayed upstairs in the office. The next part was the men's clothing area, which was on the second floor. When you cleaned there, you were alone, but for the occasional manager walking through. One time I was on the floor cleaning the railings by the cash registers, and a huge black shadow swept over me. I was surprised because I hadn't heard anybody approach, and as I looked around, I was definitely alone. My cleaning routine was to sweep the floor and collect the dirt into little piles around the pillars, then sweep it all up in one go at the end. The dirt piles moved constantly. I would go back to do the final big sweep, and some of the piles had disappeared. After I clocked out, the piles would be there again. I had a sense that the spirit was a young male farmhand and mischievous. Said as much to my co-worker, and she told me she refuses to clean that area after polishing the mirrors one day and seeing the disembodied head of a young man peering over her shoulder. Again, the sound of coat hangers rattling and shuffling noises, but I never felt threatened by it. Used to laugh it off or tell the spirit to stop, and he would most of the time. Now after the store was clean, we would clean the staff quarters. Toilet and canteen, meeting rooms. The toilets were a non-paranormal horror in themselves. Note, I worked here with my mother. We were assigned to clean the female toilets, and usually, if somebody was using them, we would leave and give them privacy until they finished. We went in, the middle store was closed, and we heard rustling paper and heavy breathing, so we left and waited. And waited. And waited. The cleaning cupboard was right next to the toilets and didn't even have a door. We would have seen and heard somebody leaving. To leave and enter the toilets, you would have to walk straight past the open doorway and then walk down the corridor that directly faced it. An L-shaped corridor with the toilets on the far end and the cleaning cupboard on the corner. Except when we went in after waiting for 10 or 15 minutes, the middle store was wide open and empty. Now onto the apparition. Children's clothing area was generally less creepy. Coat hangers moving again, sometimes things would fall off the shelves and rails, but we shrugged it off. The elevator was directly opposite the children's clothing, and we usually loaded our cleaning equipment into the elevator because it was too heavy to carry up the stairs. I remember rinsing my mop out and I glanced up. There was a little boy around 6 or 7 years old standing directly in front of me. He wore a flat cap, a pale shirt with suspenders, dark shorts and socks up to his knees. At first, I thought it was a mannequin, and when I blinked, he was gone. I was just tired and shook my head. Spoke to my mother about it later, as she is Wiccan, and super into the supernatural, and described the boy to her. She had seen the exact same child a few weeks before, but only the back of him, like he was walking around a corner. She told me she had the feeling he had died of a lung-related sickness, perhaps tuberculosis or pneumonia. So I heard my mom telling this one to other people. It happened in the village she comes from. A young mother of 2 was sick and knew she was going to die soon. And the woman had like a gathering place where they met every night. And the woman told the other women to not let her children starve after she died, because her family was poor with no husband, and only her mother-in-law was alive. Soon after, she really died. The older of the 2 sons she had was just a first grader. But where we live, people believe that the soul of the dead roams the earth for 40 days before it continues. A few days after she died, strange things started happening in the neighbourhood. Loud laughs, weeps and whispers could be heard at night. My maternal grandma would just come out on the balcony and yell that she's looking out for her children, and the voices would stop. This continued for some time, until once her kids saw her inside their house. They chased her around the house, until she went under a table or something, and the kids called their grandma to see their mom. She came and could only see a pair of eyes in the dark under the table. She told her not to come anymore, and that her children would be okay. And she disappeared. At the same moment, she supposedly slammed the door of the church in anger, probably. It was heard very loud, because the church was nearby. I'm not sure I got this part correctly, but they supposedly went to the river and sent a bread basket with bread and wine downstream to help the dead person move on. You supposedly can't look back at the basket after you send it downstream, otherwise it won't work, because the dead one also needs to continue without looking back or something like that. That very night, some people saw her enter the church peacefully, and she never appeared again. Around 2008, my brother-in-law and his wife moved into a farmland rental home in a blink-and-you'll-miss-it town. Seriously, just a few old homes and an old woman general store. One night they asked my husband and I over for a few drinks and to tour the house. Since I was a new and nervous driver, I drank nothing. The house itself had an eerie vibe from the get-go, despite it appearing very normal inside and out. However, the basement gave me chills. The space was divided into many different small rooms, some of which you could only access from another room. They used it as storage space, but I couldn't breathe down there and got out as soon as I could. Later that evening, we all sat in the living room chatting, everyone else enjoying wine. I kept catching glimpses of someone walking by, and sometimes stopping and looking in through the opening to the hallway leading to the bedrooms. He wore a checkered shirt and appeared to have rust-coloured hair. As we were leaving late that night, my husband, his brother and I had a smoke in the garage. They both flicked their butts out the back door, which opened to the complete blackness of a wheat field. Not seeing an ashtray anywhere, I went to do the same. Wouldn't do this now, but hindsight is 2020. As soon as I leaned out the door, I heard and felt the force of several vicious dogs barking right in my face. I jumped back, and a small scream escaped before I looked back at the others, and I realised from their looks that they had heard nothing. Trying not to appear crazy, I kept it all to myself for that moment. My husband and I got in his car, and as I turned on the ignition, I told him, "I'm so scared right now. You're not going to believe what just happened in there." And as I pulled out of the driveway, our headlights burnt out. I drove home with the fog lights on and did not sleep at all that night. I never told my brother-in-law and his wife until they moved years later. They too had experienced real-life creepiness from the ex-dwellers, but are not necessarily tuned into the paranormal. I have a feeling they would have moved much sooner if they had been, and perhaps not moved in at all. In around 2005, I was abroad on a student/work visa, and my then boyfriend and I moved into a cute little flat above the local chemist's in a small English village, and I worked in the local pub directly across the road. The flat was dated, floral carpeting, layers of various coloured paint on the cupboards, but still had a lot of the original turn-of-the-century charm of the building itself. We were extremely happy there. But things started to happen the very first night. While I laid awake next to my sleeping boyfriend, let's call him Jay, I heard the unmistakable sound of a key turning, the door opening and closing, and then footsteps coming up the back stairs. I started frantically smacking Jay and whispering, "Someone's in the flat! Someone's coming!" He woke up, turned on the lights, and grabbed something heavy to investigate. Nothing. No one. We continued to hear this on and off throughout our year living there. Other odd things would happen, such as the oven timer, old-fashioned manual dial, would go off in the middle of the day when I was home alone, and once our window opened on its own. I started to have dreams that a small boy with dark hair and old-fashioned dress shirt, knee socks, suspenders and crap, was silently following me around the apartment. Perhaps it planted ideas in my head, but I started to notice quick glimpses of a short person out of the corner of my eye. The creepiest incident was again while we were in bed. The door to the bedroom opened ever so slowly. I started to freak out a bit as the thick shag carpeting on the floor made it hard to open and close the door. Jay attempted to explain it away with the wind from an open window, and I reluctantly accepted that saying, "Well, it better not close." And wouldn't you know, it started closing so slowly, and you could hear it dragging against the carpet. I had to put my head under the covers that time. We continued living there quite happily for about a year, and got used to the quirks. As I became friends with some of the local patrons at the pub, I would open up about the flat. Many people knew someone who had lived there over the years, and there was always a story to tell. One boy around my age said that his nan lived there and would look after him there as a toddler. His nan would hear the pitter-patter of children's feet and come in the room to scold him, only to find him napping peacefully. She also experienced the horror of having knives fly across the kitchen. Though I'm not sure what happened there. I never experienced anything truly harmful like that. It was fascinating and validating to hear other tales of this old building. I work in the Chelsea district of Manhattan, and to the best of my knowledge, the building I work in doesn't have any supernatural or paranormal history. But it's New York City, so who knows? And personally, I've never had any kind of paranormal experience, and I honestly don't count this as one. I'm more so filing it away as something weird that happened to me a few years ago. I work in a work/life hybrid building, so both apartments and office space are in the same building. In my particular office, half the space is an office, and the other half is my boss's personal living space when he's in the city. We have a very small, loose office environment since different employees work internationally, and we're allowed to make our own hours, so long as we're responsible with work output. Because of this, I prefer to work early, very early, as in getting to the office at 6:30 a.m. and leaving at 3 p.m. So I'm alone in the office for several hours usually. The particular morning in question, I was alone in my own office with the door open. The main room has large windows, and the morning sun was just starting to shine through them. My boss was travelling through Europe, and no one else was working at that time. I'd say this was between 7 to 8:30 a.m. I was typing emails at my computer, and from the corner of my eye, I saw a figure walk from my boss's living space, through the main office area, and to my boss's office. I was startled because I thought I was alone, but sometimes my boss allows his friends to sleep in his private quarters and doesn't let the employees know. And we've been surprised before. And because my boss doesn't always befriend the most trustworthy of people, I assumed his guest was up to no good, looking for something in his office. "Hello?" I said. No one answered, and my heartbeat started to increase. I stood up, walked out of my office, and approached the door of my boss's offices. It was shut, and I really didn't want to open it to see what was going on behind it. I knocked. "Hello?" I said again. There wasn't a response. I decided to be brave, swallowed, and started to twist the doorknob, but it didn't move. The door was locked. I jostled the knob a bit more to be sure, but it didn't move. My eyes went wide. I turned around, and I walked back to my boss's living space. Both bedrooms were empty. The beds were made and untouched, and there were no luggage anywhere. And so I went back to my desk and continued to work as if nothing happened. I didn't share the experience with anyone because I assumed I'd just be met with eye rolls and "wow, that's so weird" remarks. I didn't feel threatened at all, just disturbed a bit. Sometime later, my coworker mentioned that at times the apartment is creepy and he doesn't know how I can spend as much time as I do in it alone. I said that not only do I not mind it, but I actually prefer it. But I then decided to share my story, and I delivered it in the most matter-of-fact way possible. My coworker went quiet for a while, and then told me it's funny I mentioned something spooky, because one morning when he was there alone, I was working from home, he noticed that a rolling coat rack where my boss stored his suits was in the main office area. It's assumed one of his friends or guests put it there, which isn't uncommon. But out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the suits moving as if they were slowly being sorted through. We share the same office, so he has the same view that I do. And like me, he called out "hello," but there was no reply. So he stood up to inspect the rack, and no one was there. He too went into the living area, but no one was there. The beds were made, and there was no luggage. And he too went back to work, a bit unnerved, but decided not to say anything. Somewhat recently, I was yet again in the office early, and no one else was there. And as I was talking toward the kitchen, from the corner of my eye, I saw a figure standing in the door of the living area and turned to look, but no one was there. This time, however, I didn't bother looking in the bedrooms, because I knew the answer I'd find. When I was young, I stayed at my aunt's house a lot due to my mom and dad working a lot. There were many times that my younger brother and I stayed overnight. The house we stayed at was located on Roseway Road in El Paso, Texas. I knew nothing about the paranormal at the time, but little did I know what I would witness would change my life forever. My aunt was on the phone talking with someone, and I was watching TV. It was daytime, and what she started talking about caught my attention. She said, "Well, last night I walked into my husband's room, and I saw an old lady in a white dress, standing over him, just watching him." My uncle and aunt didn't have a very good relationship due to his abuse of alcohol, so my aunt would sleep in the living room on the sofa. Then she said, "Then the old lady looked up at me and stared for about 30 seconds and just vanished." The story shook me as I overheard her words as she spoke on the phone. I wasn't comfortable in her house anymore. Days later, I heard her talking on the phone again, saying maybe this lady left unfinished business behind. My aunt believed that her house contained maybe some kind of buried treasure, or that this lady left money buried within the house. I didn't believe her. I thought maybe she watched too many movies. One night, my whole family had a family gathering, and we sat at the dining room table playing cards. Of course, my father and uncles were drinking and all were having a good time. The table was followed by the kitchen down a dark hallway that led to all the bedrooms. Down the dark hallway, a tall black shadow walked by, and I quickly turned my head to see who it was. It wasn't human, and it was all black from head to toe. I didn't notice that the whole table of my family suddenly grew quiet. They all stared down to the dark hallway. One of my uncles said, "Did you see that?" Everybody at the table had a shocked look on their faces. My uncle then said, "There's someone in the house." He then got up and headed toward to follow the shadow to investigate. He then came back and said, "Nobody is over there, and all the rooms are dark and quiet." The mood quickly changed, and the night was no longer fun for anybody. Years later, my family had a Thanksgiving get-together once again at my aunt's house on Roseway. At the time, camcorders were a big thing. This was the 90s, so yeah. The sun went down, and all of the family was watching TV in the living room. I started playing with the camcorder and started to record. I thought it was so cool, and walked around the house with it. My aunt said, "John, don't go far. The rooms are dark and nobody is in them. Please leave the doors to the rooms closed." I agreed and went on with my adventure with this device that astonished me. Hey, I was a kid, so anything like this in the 90s blew my mind. I walked to my uncle's bedroom, filming as I walked. Then I thought to myself, imagine if something were to happen. How cool would it be to capture it on camera? I stopped at the closed door and I heard light scratching. Then from the other side of the door, I heard 3 knocks and suddenly the door started opening. I thought to myself, maybe somebody is in there. As the door opened, the room was pitch black dark. Then I saw as the door opened, there was a tall shadow standing near the bed of my uncle. I ran screaming, and my dad asked me what was going on. I told him what happened and he brushed it off as I saw things. I showed him the video that I recorded and he quickly said, "Who is that?" He got up and went to my uncle to show him. They both looked confused and my uncle walked to his room. He checked the room and came back to tell us nobody was in there. I was scared from then on in that house. Over the years growing up, I would see the shadow all the time. It was usually quick, then disappeared. When I was about 14, my cousin had a friend over. Outside in the backyard, my uncle had a huge garage. It looked like a warehouse, and he and my 2 cousins would work on cars. My cousin's friend kept looking around and looked very uncomfortable. He then told my cousin that he had to leave. My cousin asked why, and his friend said, "The spirits are making me really uncomfortable." He said that he was sensitive and that he could see spirits. I didn't believe him and laughed. Then he told my cousin that there were many spirits here and some of them had bad intentions. He said that one was a man dressed like an Indian. He then said some of these sports are angry because this was their land and now you live here. My cousin's friend quickly left and never came back after that. I just thought he was crazy. The radio in the garage would turn on at random times during the night on max. The music that would play would be oldies. It would turn off and turn on many times. A couple of years later, I was about 17 years old and I needed extra money. My uncle told me if I cleaned the yard, he'd give me $50. I jumped on it quickly. I showed and started cleaning the yard. It was a huge yard next to the garage. The sun was going down and I was finishing cutting the grass. Suddenly, the grass mower turned off and I couldn't get it on. I messed with it and as I looked to get it working again, I could see a silhouette of a person standing right in front of me. I turned quickly to see who was watching me and no one was there. I had the chills and I felt very uneasy after this. I got the grass mower working again and finished as fast as I could. I had the feeling the whole time that someone or something was watching me. This was my last encounter. My uncle that owned the house ended up divorcing my aunt. My aunt moved out. My uncle soon got in trouble with the law and he was involved in embezzling money from the city. He went to court and ended up going to jail. The land that my uncle and aunt lived on turned out to belong to the city and was never paid for. My uncle lost the house and the land. He got out of jail and soon passed away after being released. My wife has a hard time going to funerals and I made her go to this one. I wasn't really close to my uncle, but I grew up spending a remainder of my time growing up in that house. That night, my soundbar to my television turned on at 3:20 a.m. Static came through and we could hear what sounded like church music or a choir song. My wife freaked out and soon after, the soundbar turned off. I really don't know what it was on the soundbar. It could be anything. The land that my uncle owned is still there on Roseway Road in El Paso, Texas. The house and garage were torn down, and all that remains there is an empty lot. I hope he can rest in peace. I believe everything happens for a reason. These experiences got me into the paranormal, and I ended up being a ghost hunter. These experiences shaped me into the person I am today. I have many other stories, but that's for another time. So I bought some authentic Victorian era photos on Etsy. It just matches with my aesthetic, and I buy old stuff like that all the time. But now it feels kind of different. I received them in the mail last night, and all the photos was fine, except for one of 3 women that was a close-up portrait that kind of made me feel uneasy right off the bat. I really didn't think anything of it, and put the pictures back in the mailing envelope, and they've been sitting on my floor in my room ever since. Fast forward to this morning, I was getting ready to go to work and I was kind of in a hurry. I was standing in my bathroom fixing my hair with the door closed, and from downstairs, I heard a really clear feminine voice call out, "Hello?" It was so loud that it filled the house. Like it really sounded as if someone was standing at the foot of the staircase, yelling up to me. I froze what I was doing and I thought someone else was home. I called my mom to check if she stayed home from work, because she leaves earlier for her job than I do for mine. And I kept her on the phone just in case I was murdered by an intruder. But I got downstairs and looked at our security cameras. I was the only one home, and the house was clear. Obviously, I'm not sure what I heard, but I do actually participate in ghost hunting with a family friend. So I'm always a skeptic trying to debunk things rather than immediately believing that it's a ghost. The timing of this is just so coincidental with the photos that I bought. And it really didn't hit me until I was halfway to work this morning that, hey, maybe it has something to do with the photos I bought. The listing on Etsy was advertising that it was from my grandmother's personal album, whom I'm assuming had just passed away. And I didn't stop to think about why the seller would be trying to get rid of personal photos like that until now. We lived in an old house from the early 1900s. It always felt peaceful and calm. No trouble with anything paranormal for the first 15 years we lived there. Then, our youngest child was born about 3 years ago. This all began when we moved him into his own room. His bedroom was previously occupied by my boy-girl twins. We split them up, the boy going in with his older brother, the girl moving to a room at the other end of the hall. The room was always fine when they were in it, but ever since the baby moved into that room, things have been weird. The hallway outside his room often sounds like someone is walking up or down it, even though they're not. That bedroom seems darker than the other rooms upstairs. The baby is scared of one corner in particular. He can't seem to tell me what he doesn't look. But ever since he's been tiny, he points at that corner and shakes his head no. He often has nightmares in that room. He never did when he slept in our room. The noises used to be only upstairs, but over the last year, they've been spreading over the house. Footsteps all over. Doors shutting, a few bars of music were heard. So many footsteps. And once, I heard and felt something walk up and sit next to me on the couch. I'm not the only one who hears these things. My wife, my oldest son, my mother-in-law, We joke about our ghost, but it's starting to creep me out more and more. I don't know why, but I cannot shake the idea that this ghost or spirit is somehow connected to my youngest son. They feel related somehow. What should I do? We tried ignoring it. My sister burned some sage and put some crystals under his bed and a Virgin Mary candle in his closet. I don't know much about these things. She's way more into the paranormal thing than I am. How do I make a ghost or spirit go away when it might somehow be tied to my child? Is that even possible? Four years ago, my great-grandmother passed away at the age of 98. We were close all the way into my adult years, so the death hit me hard. She lived in a one-story house in a rural town 30 minutes outside of Springfield, Missouri. Her house sat on a large and heavily forested piece of land. There was a large hill several hundred feet behind the house that dropped off into a creek. I spent almost my entire childhood staying on this piece of land and had learned how to take care of it in the house. After the funeral service, I volunteered to stay and take care of the land while my family decided on what to do with it. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to buy the land, so I wanted to spend as much time out of there as I could. My first 3 days, I spent packing up items and cleaning the house. The nearest neighbour was 5 miles away, so I didn't have to worry about unwanted guests that would get in the way of my packing and disturbed my personal way of mourning the loss of someone so close to me. The fourth day is when the odd events started occurring. I slept in a sleeping bag in the living room, and when I woke up, I immediately screamed. A few inches away from my face was a dead copperhead snake. It was normal for snakes and other small animals to get in the house, so seeing the snake wasn't surprising. It was the fact that it was so close to my face and it could have bitten me at any moment while I was sleeping. I briefly wondered why the snake had just come into the house and died, because there were no physical signs that anything was wrong with it. So I threw it outside and continued with my day, and the weird event was almost forgotten. Later that evening, I decided to go for a walk through the woods, to enjoy the nice weather and reminisce about the good times I'd had in the woods and all the games I used to play. I was walking along an old path that led to a well. The path was narrow and was close to the drop-off that led to the creek. I heard a branch snap behind me and instinctively turned my head. I didn't see anything, so I assumed it was an animal and continued walking. Just a few minutes later, I heard a snap to my left and turned to look again, but I still didn't see anything. I started to worry that I was being stalked by something, but it was rare to see large animals in this area, so I continued walking. I heard a third snap directly in front of me, but now instead of being worried, I was upset. I was convinced that someone else was out here trying to scare me, so I shouted at what I assumed to be a person, "Go away!" and everything went uncomfortably silent. But I started to hear footsteps approaching in front of me, but I couldn't see anything. They got faster and faster until whoever or whatever it was running right at me. I covered my face with my arms and waited to be attacked by some invisible person, but the footsteps stopped. I slowly lowered my arms, but instead of seeing a person, a bobcat, or even a bear, I saw a gigantic spider in the middle of a web I hadn't noticed before. If I would have taken one more step, I would have ended up being bitten. I turned and ran as fast as I could through the overgrowth and back to the house. I was spooked, but I was out in the middle of the woods, and sometimes things like this happened. I knew this land and the house well, so I pushed through the night and the next 2 days. Nothing out of the ordinary happened. I started yard work my second week staying out of the house, and it wasn't bad. I'd actually found some old trinkets from my childhood that I'd buried under a tree. While I was picking up fallen branches from a storm the previous night, I noticed a clump of hair was caught in one of them. I remember its colour being brown and black, and considered the possibility of it being a rare encounter with a bear, but there were no tracks that I could see. I brushed it off again, but I was starting to think that maybe someone else was staying on the property, and that upset me. I decided to stay up late to see if I could catch the person in the act. Nothing happened until around 2 a.m. I remember everything so vividly because of how terrified I was. It started with branches crunching and the sound of the wheelbarrow I'd been using earlier falling over. I readied my flashlight and a small knife, just in case whoever it was got violent. I heard them step onto the front porch and pull at the screen door, but they quickly abandoned it and instead started walking around the house. I could hear them scraping something sharp against the house, and I was furious. I stood up and shined my flashlight at the nearest window that I assumed the person was standing near and shouted at them, "I have a weapon! Get off of this property now!" Everything stopped, and I was positive that whoever it was had left, until I heard something slam against the window so hard, I was surprised it didn't break. My flashlight shined on the person, and at first, I wasn't sure what I was looking at. It had long dark hair with eyes that were way too big for its face. Its skin was wrinkled and reminded me of a naked mole rat. It pressed its face against the glass and fogged it up with its breath. I heard it run around the house several times and bang on every wall, window, and the door every time it passed them. This went on for hours, and I was too scared to move or do anything. I was completely alone, being tormented by some strange monster. Every now and then, I'd get the courage to shine my flashlight and catch a glimpse of the thing. Each time I saw it, it looked more animal-like. All I could do was cry and wait for it to go away. Finally, just after sunrise, the running and banging stopped, but I didn't dare move until well after 9 a.m. It took all of my courage to open the front door and see what damage had been done to the house and yard after the terrifying experience from the night before. But there was nothing. No footprints, no scratches against the house or broken or cracked windows. It was almost like I'd imagined the whole thing, but I knew what I saw and had experienced was real. Nothing else happened for the rest of my stay there, and by the end of the month, my grandfather came to pick me up and take care of the belongings I'd packed away. I was still terrified by what had happened, but I'd almost convinced myself that I'd imagined it, until my grandfather spoke to me. He told me that he was happy that this land was being sold and how much he hated growing up here. When I asked him why, his answer seemed to validate my experience. Now, my grandfather is a serious, no-nonsense man. He was the type of person that stayed quiet, but when he did speak, you'd better listen, because it was important. He was a hardened war veteran and devoted Christian, so things like paranormal and supernatural were just fairy tales to him. He made sure to tell his children and me and the rest of my siblings and cousins that. He told me how his mother, my great-grandmother, would always try to scare him and his sister with stories about the land being guarded by monsters. The story says that these monsters, hybrids is what we call them, were the children of falsely accused witches. The people living in the area back when this was going on claimed that the children were part witch and part animal and needed to be killed, so they were left in the forest to die. He said that when the witch children died, they came back as spirits and claimed the woods as their own, and any unwelcome visitors would be tortured until they were literally scared to death. Just how their falsely accused mothers had been scared when they had been killed. My grandfather said he didn't believe in much outside of his religion, but had believed that the hybrids were real, and that he had been tormented by one when he tried to go hunting in the woods for the first time and shot his first deer. He believed he had upset the hybrids by killing an innocent animal and never stepped foot on the land with a weapon, and they finally left him alone. Maybe this is a foolish thing to believe, but I believe that the story my grandfather told me is true, simply because we both had similar terrifying experiences. If I'd had a camera, I would have tried to take a picture of the creature, or if I could draw, I'd post a picture of the drawing. I remember every detail about what I saw and would be burned into my memory forever. All of my childhood memories seem tainted now because of this experience, and now I don't think I'm going to miss the land as much as I first thought. It didn't take long for the land and the house to be sold. The hybrids, or whatever is out there, can be somebody else's nightmare. One night was more than enough for me. I was in the car last night around 5 in the morning with my best friend, who I'll refer to as H. We wanted to watch the sunrise, But we live in a pretty big city, so we're trying to find a flat. High place, where we could see the sky. Basically, I was just driving east until I found an empty parking lot or something. I guess we got distracted with the conversation because I drove probably farther than I should. And then suddenly, there weren't any buildings or lights around, just darkness and a few trees. Up ahead, by a stop sign, there was this squarish grey shape that was lighter than the surrounding areas, and we both leaned forward and squinted to see it. He asked what it was, and I said, "It's where the road goes up," or something like that. It was really dark, so I wasn't positive, but I was pretty sure. I think she said something else after that, but I don't really remember. It was just a normal conversation. The road suddenly dipped, and I drove up the slight incline. I'm almost to the stop sign at the end, and then it hits us at the same time. Something is wrong. This feeling slams into me all at once. The air goes still, the car goes quiet, and without looking, I know my friend feels it too. I've never felt anything like it. Fear, I guess, but different somehow. My ears and the back of my neck were really hot, like that feeling just before you pass out. Like when you stood too long with your knees locked. But I was wide awake. My heart was tight in my chest like someone had wrapped a hand around it, and I felt sick to my stomach, but not like I was going to throw up. I feel like I'm not describing this well enough. It's kind of indescribable, but that's the gist of it. It was like my body knew something my mind didn't. The word pure comes to mind. Primal. This all hits me in the few seconds it takes me to get to the stop sign. When I pull up to it, I see that right in front of us is a roadblock with a big yellow sign on it. Dead end. My heart beat so fast I couldn't even feel of it. Neither of us were breathing. I'm not sure if I imagined it or not, but somehow the woods around us got even darker. Like unnaturally dark. Black. I get this thought or feeling that I have to get out of here right now. Turn around, my best friend says quietly. I don't look at her, but her voice is deadly serious. My head runs through the scenario impossibly fast, it felt like. Adrenaline or something. The road was too tight, so if I tried to turn around the way we came, I'd either hit a tree or I'd have to stop, reverse, stop, put it in drive. No thanks. I turned left instead, speeding out of there, and as I drove farther away, the horrible feeling gradually lessened until it was less cold-blooded fear and more deep-seated discomfort. Did you feel that? He said, when we finally got to the stoplight and saw a building. We started talking to each other about it. I'm like, bro, what was that? And H was actually said it first, but apparently in the moment, we thought the exact same thing. I'm about to see something. I remember looking around in the dark when it happened, and I was sure I was going to see something. I don't even know what I was expecting, but I was just positive about it. H said she looked away from the windows, but I was driving, and I didn't really get the urge to look away for some reason anyway. I don't know. I know nothing really happened, but this really spooked me. H said something like, maybe it was an animal hiding in the woods, or maybe there was a dead body, or a murderer. The murderers are pretty bad, you know, but that feeling I got, I don't know. No logical human explanation feels sinister enough. I pulled up a satellite view on my phone where we were, and there's not really much going on in the immediate area. Past the dead end sign, the woods got thicker, and the road turns into gravel, and eventually leads to this non-profit organisation. Some kind of little church organisation. There's a few little buildings built in a circle, and what seems to be mobile homes or RVs or something, and 2 or 3 houses, all in this little clearing in the middle of the woods. There's also a little river past that. Other than that, there's just not really anything around there. I haven't stopped thinking about this since it happened, and guess I'm just curious what you think about it. Any theories? Any kind of explanation? Please? My father passed away in December. He died of COVID-19, but kept the illness from us. When we checked up on him, he was gone in a couple of days. It's devastated us, his children. My brother and I are looking at his affairs while it's being sorted in probate. He left a lot of things unfinished. This morning, I got out of work at 4 a.m, but because there was a citywide parking ban and he owns a tenant building, I decided to just go and do the needed cleanup. There are many times that I've had an unsettling feeling while in his apartment, attic or basement. I tried to keep my mind on the work at hand or on other things in my life while doing cleaning up at his house. Most of the time it works. I go in and hours later, nothing. No vibe. Business as usual. Today, it was not. His apartment gave me instant vibes. The attic as well. Big time in the attic. So much I narrowed my vision to not look into dark corners. The basement was quiet. No vibes. When my brother showed up to help, we got to reminiscing about our father. He took it hard and he cried a bit. After comforting him, we finished up. I asked him to instead go to his apartment and attic and make sure all was secure, given my vibes earlier. I decided to go to the basement where I assumed all was quiet and clear and put all the tools back. Going down the steps, it was thick with what felt like apprehension, like someone was there watching. Huge vibes. I narrowed my vision, finished, and got out quickly. I went out to my father's garage to also secure the doors. Nothing. No vibes there. After waiting for my brother to show up so he could leave at the same time, he came out and was unnerved. I asked what happened, and he told me he was just in the basement getting something he had forgotten. He told me he heard someone calling out his name twice from the shadows. Thinking I was pranking him, he said to cut it out, but soon realised he was alone. He couldn't get out quick enough. My brother is the sensitive part of the family. He sees a lot and hears more than the rest of us, and doesn't let us in on what he really sees, I feel. I only get the vibes when something is around sometimes. I'm very superstitious, and I believe that my father is lingering about this building. I'm trying to get a priest to come by to bless his apartment and other areas when I go on vacation soon. This happened a few years ago. However, I've recently started to have some weird activity in my new apartment. I was spending the night at my then boyfriend's house. I don't remember the exact time, but it was somewhere between midnight to 3 a.m. His room was upstairs. So I go downstairs to go to the bathroom, grab a drink of water. I didn't bother turning the lights on. I knew my way around the house. As I'm walking back through the living room, I stopped dead in my tracks. There was something in front of me, a tall black shadow. I reached my arms out thinking I was going to run into something. It was Christmas time, so I thought it was the Christmas tree. The only lights coming in were the dim lights from the street that were a few yards from the house. There was 1,000% something in front of me. I could see the outlines of everything else in the room, and light in front of me was just black. I could see around it. I felt super uneasy, just like I wasn't alone. I really can't explain the feeling. The next morning, I tried to justify what happened, looked around the room, thinking it was a shadow from the tree, but there was not enough lights coming in to even make a shadow. The lights from outside were way too far from the house. Fast forward a couple nights later. We're sleeping. It's once again late between midnight and 3 a.m. I wake up to the sound of pictures flying off his dresser. The pictures were like tucked into the sides of the mirror on his dresser. There was probably 5 of them. They all just flew off. There was no fan, no window open, and no way of those pictures just falling out by themselves. They were really in there. Next thing you know, I hear his closet creak open just a slight, and footprints that sounded like they ran to the side of the bed. Like loud running footsteps. He grabbed me so tight. Now at my apartment, I keep seeing things out the corner of my eyes. A couple nights ago, a huge painting fell off my wall. This thing is fairly heavy, and it was up there. I'm really scared that these encounters are going to get worse. Without sharing anything too personal, the paranormal experience in my family did not start with me. My family has lived a lifetime of weird and unexplained events, in which he believes stemmed from the strange practices of my grandmother, who gave a shot at witchcraft back in the late 70s and 80s. These experiences that were lived through by my father granted him great amounts of interest into the paranormal world, which led him into his current position of owning a ghost hunting team in our home state of Colorado. Some of his earliest and most memorable experiences were back when he was in grade school. Apparently, his mother had been trying to learn some spells and or rituals of witchcraft in order to reach into the veil or talk to her spirits. Something or other. These practices must have worked because they didn't just affect my grandmother. In fact, they brought down a lot of havoc on my young father. My dad tells me that when he was about 6, he once woke in his bed to look up and see a balloon floating in his doorway. The balloon wasn't moving, and then suddenly it was. Ever so slowly, the balloon started to steadily float to his bedside, right next to where his head was. After a moment, it sunk to the floor. Whatever it was that my grandmother brought in, it started toying with my father. I never heard what his reaction was to this, or what happened after. What I do remember is that when he told me that, it scared me so bad, because it reminded me of the movie It. Unfortunately for my dad, he didn't just see balloons in his room while he was in bed. When he was about 20 years old, he was enlisted in the United States Air Force. He lived in the dorm rooms on a base down in Tampa Bay, Florida, which is where he met my mother. The following event is amongst one of the most terrifying things that have ever happened to my father. One night in the dorms, my young parents were sound asleep, crammed up on a twin-sized bed in the corner of their room. My dad tells me that he half woke up and saw something on the edge of the bed. He opened his eyes a little wider to get a better view at whatever it was that he was seeing, and he saw some sort of figure, partially slouched over the bed, watching them. He was able to make out some details, but he thought he was just seeing things. So he rubbed his eyes and sat up a little, but the figure was still there. He wasn't just seeing things. He says that whatever it was not a person. He says that it looked amphibious, like it was some sort of wet and alienish, almost gargoyle-looking creature. He was obviously frozen in fear, and he tried to blink a few times because he told himself there was no way in hell that this thing was real. When the creature did not go away, my dad started to shake my mother awake in a frantic state of panic. He says that when my mother awoke and asked what the hell was going on, the creature was just gone, vanished. When I had first heard the story, my mother told me that she remembers this event crystal clear. She said my father was extremely jumpy, high alert, and paranoid for the next 2 weeks, constantly looking in the rear-view mirror while driving, losing sleep, not going anywhere alone, etc. When I ask about it now, my dad tells me that he has absolutely zero idea what happened that night. He adds a bit more detail to the description of the creature, saying that if this was in fact a person, that he was in some sort of ridiculously high-end costume, that it would have been equipped with professional cosmetic features and body paint, which in that setting is almost less believable than it being something inhuman. How would someone like that even get in, let alone vanish? There are plenty of more terrifying stories from my father that could be shared, but now is the time I'll change the subject to myself. Just a little background. I was born and raised in Colorado, specifically in one of the many suburban homes outside of Denver. I've lived a very action-packed and paranormal 20 years. I believe that my experiences are due to my lineage and some sort of energies that have been passed down from my father and grandmother. Probably one of my earliest experiences was when I was about 3. Sitting in the back of my mom's Jeep, I had a very strange conversation with her that not only scared her, but now scares me to even think about. Apparently, my mother was driving us home one night, just her and I. And in the middle of the silent car ride, I asked my mother, "Where was I before this?" Now, before you start to think that this is not a creepy question, just wait for it to thicken a bit. My mum laughed and told me, "Well, you just weren't here yet. You weren't born yet." She then had to listen to her toddler reply, No. Where was I before that?" My mother just repeated herself a few times, saying that I was not anywhere yet, that I wasn't born yet, that there was nothing before this. My mom would tell you today that I was getting frustrated that I could not get my question across in a way for her to understand. And I was only 3. How the hell would I even know to ask something like that? I was supposedly getting so irritated that I was not able to ask or explain my question to her in a way to get the answer that I wanted. She said it was like I had knowledge of something and that maybe I didn't quite understand it. That I needed her help to figure it out. Like whatever it was so normal to me that I figured my mom should definitely know what I was talking about. Fucking creepy if you ask me. As far as I know, nothing ever furthered from that night in regards to my question. But I'll always be weirded out knowing that that was a real conversation that I had with my mother all those years ago. I still even remember bits and pieces of it in my own end. A more recent experience happened to me back in 2020. Have you ever heard of sleep paralysis? I'm sure you have. If you've never experienced an episode of sleep paralysis, I pray that you never go through it. Upon research, you'll find that the most common ages for sleep paralysis are late teens and early 20s. I started to experience sleep paralysis when I was about 5. I've been experiencing sleep paralysis pretty frequently since that age, and I've grown so used to it that it doesn't really faze me anymore. If you don't know what sleep paralysis is, here's a very short lesson. When the human brain is in its deepest state of sleep, it's called rapid eye movement sleep, or REM sleep for short. In this state, the most vivid dreams occur and your brain will paralyze your body. This is to ensure that you do not act out your dreams while you're sleeping. So if, for example, if I was in a deep sleep and had a dream about surfing, my body wouldn't be jumping up and hanging loose in my bed. Sometimes, however, if you wake up in the cycle of sleep, there's a chance that you can be fully conscious before your brain unparalyzes your body. And when this happens, you'll be stuck in place, not able to move a muscle. Not only that, but because you were just in REM sleep, both visual and audible hallucinations are very common in this state. This can last anywhere from a few seconds to sometimes even a minute or more. Now on to the story. I was in bed when I woke up, unable to move. I knew I was in paralysis, and by this point I was so grown up that I wasn't worried. I was just going to wait it out. I started to get freaked out when I hallucinated that I was in some sort of forest. Like my entire room was just now in a grey, foggy forest. I was stuck there in my bed, and at the edge of the forest I saw what looked like probably 3 or 4 all-black dogs. I could see them moving, pacing back and forth as if there was some sort of force field preventing them from coming any closer to me. But I could tell that they wanted to. I then heard a loud, and I mean loud, deep and croaky voice start speaking in my mind. It was speaking in a language I didn't understand. At this point, I'm scared shitless, and I can't wait to be out of here. It spoke angrily and impatiently said whatever the hell it was saying. The words started to turn into English after a bit. The only words I was able to make out were, right back to hell. I then saw that the force field or barrier or whatever had faded away, and the dogs started making a dead sprint to me. I tried to scream. I could hear their paws hitting the leaves and their little whines as they desperately tried to race to me. I tried to thrash around. I tried to cry, but there was nothing. I was frozen and there was nothing I could do. As the dogs got closer, I could see that they were blurry. Like they were just jagged like shapes of dogs, and they were scribbled in black. Like some spots that they were not fully coloured in. They were like some very well shaded, underdeveloped drawings. Like a messed up Polaroid picture. As soon as the dogs landed on me, they went to bite and scratch at me. As soon as they made contact with me, I shot up in bed, in my actual bedroom, completely out of breath and sweating. Fear doesn't even come close to describing the feeling I felt that night. It goes without saying that I did not go back to sleep, and I was outright rattled from that experience. Since then, I've never had a sleep paralysis experience so bad. My dad tells me he used to get it real bad too. I woke up at 7 a.m. with my boyfriend while he got ready and left for work. I always do this, but I'm not much of a morning person, so I usually crawl into bed afterwards and try to catch more sleep, which is what I did. At about 8:30 to 9 a.m., not sure of the time, but I took the dog out at 9:30, so it had to be between then. I woke up feeling absolutely out of it. I was wrapped up in the blankets like usual on my side, facing the bathroom door, and the door to the bedroom was also on that side. Both were open, so Harley, the dog, could come in and out as she pleased. I thought maybe I just woke up from a weird dream and tried going back to sleep, but then I heard what sounded like a bang or a door being opened or shut, then something walking on the carpet by the bed. It sounded like it was slowly pacing around the room, then would stop, and it felt like it was leaning over me. It was so still and quiet in the room, I couldn't even hear the wind outside, which had been howling all morning. I also couldn't move at all or speak or open my eyes. As groggy and out of it I felt, I also felt wide awake and aware of everything going on around me, but was absolutely helpless. I felt incredibly panicked listening to whatever it was walking around the room. It was a feeling of absolute terror, and I was afraid something awful was going to happen to me. Then I heard what sounded like some sort of low growl coming by the doorway, which I assumed and hoped was Harley, and slowly the feeling of being freakishly scared went away, and I passed out. I woke up 30-ish minutes later to take Harley out to go potty, and went back to bed. Then woke up at about 10:50 when my boyfriend came home to do some work in the home office. I told him what had happened, and he checked the Ring doorbell and cameras we had set up, but he saw nothing. Harley had stayed in the living room at the time I think this happened, and there was nothing weird picked up on the camera. He said he hadn't been home either, so it wouldn't have been him. So, what was it? Was it some form of sleep paralysis, or was there something there in the room with me? My boyfriend had mentioned he thinks the house is haunted because he's seen a shadow / watched the bathroom door push back and forth, slowly on its own. But apart from hearing knocking on the wall one night when we were trying to sleep, I haven't seen or heard anything or felt anything creepy until this morning. I don't know what to think of it. Any insight? In March of this year, my husband and I made the very difficult decision to temporarily move in with his parents. I was 7 months pregnant at the time, and we were struggling financially, so we decided to give ourselves 6 months with them to try to get back on our feet. Having built-in help with a newborn baby was also pretty appealing to us. The 4 of us and our new daughter lived together in a nice, boring suburban home that's far from the cliched haunted house. This house was brought brand new by my husband's grandparents in the early 90s, and when they died, his parents bought it. For some background, I'm someone who has had 2 notable paranormal experiences in my life. My mom passed away when I was 20, and there have been 2 times that she's visited me. I won't go into the details of these, but I'm absolutely certain of them, and that it was my mom. Despite these 2 experiences, I would consider myself pretty skeptical about most paranormal experiences. Anyway, last Wednesday around 2 a.m, my daughter woke up crying, and I took her into her nursery to feed and change her. Her nursery is at the front of the house on the front floor, with 2 big windows. We tend to keep the curtains on these windows open to let in light, and frequently forget to close them at night. I was sitting with my daughter in a rocking chair by the window, rocking her and singing, when someone whispered, "Hey!" and knocked on the window sharply 3 times. I ran out of the nursery and woke up my husband. He went outside to investigate with his gun, didn't see anything, and convinced me that I imagined it. I was anxious to believe him and eventually fell back asleep. 2 days later, my husband woke up to our daughter crying around 3 a.m. Her crying didn't wake me up, so he decided to let me sleep while he took her to the nursery to feed and change her. The next morning he told me, "I didn't want to wake you up last night and scare you, but someone knocked on the nursery window again last night." He had been changing our daughter when, bang, 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 there were 3 loud, sharp taps on the window. He calmly set her down and closed the curtains. As soon as he did, bang, 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 there were 3 more knocks. It unnerved him so much that he didn't even look outside. He just sat up all night with our daughter. After he told me, I was convinced that someone was creeping around the house at night. I insisted on telling my father-in-law and having him check the security footage from the cameras on the front of the house. These cameras have really sensitive motion detectors that notify him when there's any motion within their range. He never received any notification the nights we heard knocking, and went back and watched the footage from both nights in their entirety. There was nobody there. My in-laws told us that it was probably a squirrel or a bird. Although that explanation didn't make sense, I accepted it and didn't bring it up again. I did, however, move diapers and wipes into our bedroom so that we wouldn't have to go into the nursery at night anymore. A night went by with no activity, but last night I woke up in a panic around 2 a.m. When I opened my eyes, at the foot of our bed was the dark outline of someone who appeared to be 8 to 9 feet tall, just standing there watching us. I screamed, and just like that it was gone. My husband woke up in a panic, but again we convinced ourselves that it was nothing. That I had been half asleep, and that my eyes had been playing tricks on me. We were freaked out, but eventually fell back asleep. Would we be the people who would say, let's split up guys in a horror movie and die first? Probably. The morning my mother-in-law knocked on our door early, around 7 a.m, which is very unusual. She seemed kind of excited and said, "You guys won't believe this, but last night at 2 a.m, something knocked on our bedroom window too. 3 times, just like you said." My scream hadn't woken them up, but around exactly the same time, the knocking had. I immediately texted my sister about it, who had tried to comfort me by saying, "Maybe it was Mom. Maybe she likes to visit you occasionally to check on the baby." But I know it wasn't her. One night, I was walking down my quiet hostel basement after parking my car. At first, I didn't notice anything weird when my car alarm went off. But then a string of events started to happen there. The lights started to flicker as I walked toward the elevator. I decided to take the stairs instead, just in case of electrical shorts. The stairway right up to my 7th floor room had no light, as it was a very common issue we students face in the hostel. As I opened the door to the staircase, I shone my handphone light on the stairs. I took 1 step, and the second, and then I heard the door behind me creep open. I turned back and shone the light behind me, but there was no one there. My heart started to beat fast, so I started to take 2 steps at a time. I could suddenly sense that someone or something was following me from the back, but I didn't dare turn around to look if there was a person behind me. The air was chill, and it was pin-drop silence. Suddenly, my handphone light goes off, and I stand there in fear of the dark, but I managed to switch on my phone back. Just as I was switching my phone back, I felt a small blow on my neck and into my ears. I could feel someone standing at the back of me at that time, so I took the courage to get my handphone light back on. I walked up the stairs with my shivering legs in fear, and my thoughts were, I just want to go back to my room now. Suddenly, I felt a hand pushing me forward and I fell. I tripped over 1 step and fell forward, hitting my knees on the ground hard. Every level would have this mirror up in the ceiling for security reasons, since it was the girls' hostel. I looked up and something was staring back at me. Something that got stuck up the ceiling looking at me as I grabbed my handbag. I jerked up a little in shock to see her up in the ceiling, and then pretended not to see her. So I grabbed my handbag and sprinted up to my floor with my handphone light. As I reached my floor, I saw light and I was relieved. I walked up to my room with heavy breathing, and I could feel my heart was pumping extra oxygen to my brain. I managed to open my room door with the keys with my wobbly hand. I switched on the light in the room, and that's when I saw my room curtain move a little. My windows are always locked, and that day, my windows were locked, and my roommate hasn't come back from her house yet. I thought to myself, whatever it is, I'm not disturbing you, so don't disturb me. I went into the bathroom to take a bath. and after a while I heard my dressing chair move a little. The sound of the chair was obvious because the chair had metal legs, and when it screeched against the floor, it made this annoying friction sound. I thought my roommate was back, and I opened the bathroom door to greet her, but the room was empty. The stack of newspapers that we collected for our research projects was all scattered on the floor. The fan was not on and the window was not open. How was this possible? This continued for 3 months in my room, with or without my roommate, but we chose not to entertain it much. My friends and I planned a vacation trip during our 3-month semester break. We got ourselves checked into 2 different room for people, 2 per room. Little did we know was our room was haunted. The one I stayed in with another friend of mine. That evening, we decided to just dip our feet at the beach. As we were playing in the water, my friend suddenly yelled for help, and we looked back just to see her being in the water current and further. She kept yelling for help, till some of them around us managed to pull her from the water. Some said that they don't usually go swimming in the water because they believe there's something in the water that our naked eyes cannot see. We didn't think much of that and thanked those who rescued my friend from the water. My friend did say that something was pulling her into the waters and wanted her to drown with it. We told each other that we were just tired from the travelling and decided to walk back to our rooms and take our bath later. We decided to order in, as the incident really traumatised our friend badly. The other 2 of my friends came over to my room and we had our dinner as we chatted till 2:30 a.m. Then we decided to go to bed, so the 2 other friends went back to their room to sleep. I didn't notice anything strange going on with my friend who almost drowned in the water moments ago. I switched off the lights and went to bed. An hour passed, and at about 3:45 a.m, I woke up to drink water, and that's when I saw something really dark sitting at the end of my friend's leg. I cannot see without my glasses properly, so I quickly grabbed my glasses and looked at the foot of the bed again. No one. My friend was fast asleep, and I didn't think much about this, so I went back to bed quietly. Next morning, my friend woke me up, asking me to look at her shoulder. It was like a bite mark, and the whole area was blue and black, but she claimed she felt no pain when pressed. Then I decided to tell her what I saw when I woke up for water, and she was really freaked out. She said she thought she was dreaming when she saw that figure sitting at the foot of the bed too. Then we heard a loud crash in the bathroom, and when we opened the bathroom door, we were rooted to the ground. The bathroom mirror and a shelf behind the mirror fell into the sink. The mirror was broken. First of all, how did the shelf at the back of the mirror drop? Second, what triggered the mirror to shatter into pieces suddenly? So my friend had an idea to record ourselves in the room that day. As we recorded ourselves in the room, everything seemed normal till we decided to go back into our recording. I know a video would be more exciting here, but we had to delete the recording as I didn't want to keep it. There was this weird looking head that would pop out as if it was saying hello to us from the bathroom door. We thought it would be better for us to just check out from that hotel and head back home after that. This incident still traumatizes and scares me to death. I was to do my practice in my school as a librarian for 3 months. Every morning, I would sweep and mop the library floor and then start to arrange the books on the shelves. Then I would key in all the new book entries on the computer. I have the habit of bringing a bottle of holy water with me, and I would place it on the table where I sit. Since it was the major exam month, the library would be lonely, as the students and the teachers would be going back from school to their house after one paper that day. Only some students and teachers would come to the library to study and borrow books. Most of the time, I would be alone in the library, so I'd play some music as I arranged the books on the shelves. One day, as I was taking the log books out from the drawer, I accidentally spilled some holy water on the floor, and to my shock, the area started to smoke a little. Although it was hard to see the smoke with my naked eyes, I sensed something was amiss in the library that day. As soon as I got up in shock, the APD, the media room, doorknob behind me, started to twist and turn frantically. I stood at my place and looked over the counter to check if someone was there, and to my horror, I saw a shadow at the bottom of the door. I rushed out of the library and had to walk over to the APD room, which was next door to the library, and turn the doorknob slowly. It was locked. So, whose shadows did I see in the APD room just a while ago? The teachers have decided to carry out a camping session in our school after a month of our final exams. They thought we would be more relaxed with fun-filled games and sleeping in tents that they provided us. After the games, that night, my friend and I wanted to head to the bathroom, so we walked slowly while chatting and laughing in the bathroom. As we headed to the bathroom, I spotted a figure that looked like one of our subject teachers. That figure was walking into the cooperation room and closed the door behind her. My friend quickly turned over to the camping site, which was situated in the foyer, but we didn't spot her anywhere. "Didn't we just ask her permission before going to the bathroom?" my friend asked me curiously. "Someone couldn't walk that fast to that room from the foyer, because there's a mini staircase that we have to climb down to the ground floor." "I have a bad feeling now. Let's go back to our tents," I said to her immediately. We paced back to our tent and realized that our teacher was sitting in the footsteps of the staircase as she filled up our food from the next day. We decided to ask her if she was the one who we saw entering the cooperation room. Our teacher said she was sitting there all the time and she didn't have the keys to that room. We were shocked and told our teacher what we saw that night, and she claimed that this similar incident happened to our sports master 2 days ago when they were having the school football tournament. One of the players saw someone who looked just like their football coach walking all over the school when the football coach left right after the event due to some emergency that day. This continued to happen till I graduated from my school, and we never attempted to visit our school at night. My friends and I decided to go do a 3-day trip to Pulau Langkawi, Malaysia, after our graduation, just to celebrate our freedom. We checked into the girls' hostel for some hostel experience, and we planned to take a walk because the weather was nice that day. We had so much fun together, and then we turned back to our room as it was getting late. We took our bath and lay in our beds and started to chat with each other again. Everything was normal that night, but when it was time to sleep, we decided to keep the lights on since it was a new place. In the middle of the night, my friend woke me up suddenly, saying that she wanted to head to the bathroom and wanted me to accompany her. Bathrooms are allocated at the end of the rooms outside because it was a traditional hostel style. So I got up and followed her to the bathroom in my half-sleepy state. I saw her going into the bathroom and I followed her inside. I had to wait inside while she was inside the cubicle. It was quite a while since she went in and she wasn't out, so I called out her name and knocked on the door. No answer, but the door was locked. Since it was an old hostel style, there was a huge cement tub in the bathroom for fetching water for baths and others. The water, as we know, comes directly from the mountains, and that's why the water was always refreshing and cold. The maintenance people there would switch off the water generator once everyone goes to sleep. So as my friend and I entered the bathroom that night, I knew that the generator was switched off and the tub was filled. When I called my friend's name again, and this time a little louder than before, the generator switched on by itself and water was overflowing on the floor. I panicked and continued to knock on the door for my friend in the bathroom. I noticed that the water in the tub started to bubble up, as if someone was trying to breathe underwater. My heart started beating. I didn't feel good about what was going to happen next. So I quickly opened the bathroom door and rushed out, and there was my friend looking at me in shock. She told me that she was waiting outside for me to come out of the bathroom. I told her that she went to the bathroom first, and that's why I followed her. but she denied it. So out of frustration with her denial, I opened the bathroom door to show her that the water generator was switched on by itself and the water was overflowing on the floor. As soon as I opened the door, there was no water overflowing on the floor, or the generator was on. My friend denied that she heard me calling her name in the bathroom too, so we decided to go back to our room and talk about this the next day. That morning, when I narrated the whole thing to them when they woke up, one of the girls from the hostel said that they had heard someone singing in the bathroom when they knew no one was in there. They also said they have seen a woman in a white dress roaming the hostel who loves to sit under the huge banyan tree all night long. It seems the history of that hostel is when a woman committed suicide because she caught her boyfriend cheating on her with another woman in that hostel. So that's why the woman in white roams around the hostel to get her revenge. And so far, 12 girls have died mysteriously there. It was our luck that we escaped her on time. My family and I took a vacation trip to Port Dickson during my school holidays. So we planned to go to the beach, and my sister wanted to collect seashells there. I helped her turn to collect the seashells, and we had lots of fun on the beach trying to collect them. We headed back to our room for that day. Since it was just a day that we spent in that hotel room, nothing much happened that day. It all started once we got back home the next day from Port Dickson. Back at home, my sister washed all the seashells that we collected on the beach and placed them in our room. We were sharing rooms till now. Whenever we were in a room with no one upstairs in the house, a soft banging would be heard from the bathroom beside our room. One time, the television channel switched by itself while my sister was watching her show upstairs. Our room door would sway in and out even without the fan being switched on sometimes. These incidents kept happening in the house, and we decided to tell our mom. Our mom suspected that the seashells were the cause of these mysterious happenings in the house. That day, my mom's friend came by our house to visit my mom, and she could sense something was not right in the house. She immediately asked us if we brought back anything from anywhere, and my sister looked at me in shock. Her friend said that the things that we brought back home weren't supposed to be there, and should be released and open running waters immediately. Till now, I'm too afraid to ask my mom's friend what that thing was in our house that made the banging sound from the bathroom. The moment my sister threw the seashells into the open running water and came back home, everything was back to normal. No banging from the bathroom was heard, and no weird switching channels or another weird phenomenon around the house. P.S. Be careful when you collect seashells, because they may look pretty, but it's dangerous. A beach is a place where some people would dissolve dead people's ashes into the waters, so the ashes might get attached to the seashells, so do not bring them back home. Just release them back to the waters. I sincerely promise that this has scarred for me for life. And while I have investigated psychological and natural explanations for what I heard, they remain unsatisfactory. I was terrified of the dark as a child. I swear to my mother that I heard voices in there. They weren't evil, but they were unfamiliar, which scared me. It wasn't uncommon for me to wake up in the middle of the night and hear whispers, as I referred to them when I asked my mother. She assumed they were just bumps in the night and typical childhood nightmares. I tried several times to convince her that it was more than that they sounded different from one another in the same way that people's voices do. Some nights I was so terrified by these whispers that I slept in my mother's bed with her. It was also convenient that the bathroom was right outside her bedroom door for my late night tinkles. I should mention that when you walked out into the hall to use the restroom, you looked directly down the stairs that led to my living room on the first floor, as my mother's bedroom was on the second floor. I awoke one such night around Christmas with the need to relieve myself. As I walked out the door, I heard the words, "Look," and to my surprise, a red light, almost like a spotlight, was cast upon the wall at the bottom of the stairs. I was transfixed by the light because I had no other source. I knew that this light was because I was a little kid, and it was only a few days before Christmas. Santa Claus. How else could he have gotten into my house and found out I was being a good boy? I started down the stairs to greet him, picking up my pace after the second step, as it started to creep off the wall and fade into the darkness in my living room. That's when I noticed him. A powerful, masculine voice. In contrast to the first, it wasn't at all like my father's, though that's not to say he isn't masculine. It was just noticeably different. It stated, "Stop! At the moment! Return up those stairs!" I listened, turned around, and what happened next is something I would not believe if told the same story. When I got to the top of the stairs, I heard a loud crash, which sent me running back to my mother's bed, where I jumped right under the covers and stayed all night. When we awoke the next morning, the poinsettia lights, small Christmas flower lights that glowed red, that my mother had placed on the railing down the stairs, had been pulled straight down, some broken from what appeared to be a forceful tear and laying in a single pile. My living room's dry sink had fallen from the wall. My mother had no explanation. My father was concerned that we'd been the targets of a home invasion. My sister was in tears. Nothing was missing, no one had broken in, and there appeared to be no reason for this to have occurred. And then I saw it, and I kept quiet about it because I was so afraid that I couldn't force myself to say anything. There were 3 indentations where the finish on the wood had been worn, almost as if it in a force or grip, on the edge of the wooden dry sink that had been facing up. Something had grabbed it and thrown it down. That was the source of the bang. I was embarrassed. I never heard another voice after that day. I don't like to think about what was waiting for me downstairs that night, if anything at all. But I can tell you that something had physically acted on the 2 things in my house, near the bottom of the stairwell. After that, I never heard another whisper. This is unfortunate, because I would have liked to thank the man, masculine energy, who stopped me from falling down those stairs. This happened when I was 7 years old. I'm now 20 years old, and I'm still afraid of the dark as a result of this incident, especially dark stairwells. Once, when I was staying at my brother's house and watching my niece, they set up the baby camera so I could watch her on the tiny TV that came with it. When I heard some whispering while I was studying and started to nod off, I realised it was coming from the monitor. When I turned to look at the television, there was a dark shadow close to my niece's crib. At first, I assumed it was kind of some feedback or something. I've never felt more terrified in my entire life, but it was obvious that the shadow had appeared where it had not before. I hurried to my niece's room and looked around, but I couldn't see anything, so I dragged her out of there immediately. When I returned to the TV, the shadow was obviously gone. When I told my brother what had happened, he pulled me aside and warned me not to tell my sister-in-law about it for fear she'd freak out. He also said that he had witnessed the same incident several times before, complete with the same whispering. They remained in that home for roughly 4 more years, and during the early stages of my niece's speech development, she would tell her mother about her special friend. It still terrifies me to this day. My brother informed me that when they left, my niece had become terribly depressed because she would miss her friend. Her mother would reassure her that she could bring him along, but would only state that he was not allowed to leave the house. She apparently never saw the damn shadow, despite the fact that we have never told her about it. It wasn't until much later that I learned what it was called. In Laguna Beach, I was residing in a home built in the 1920s. It had previously served as a speakeasy, a brothel, and a place to hide illegal immigrants. My wife and I fought one day. I even forgot what it was about now. I was left alone in the house while she went down the block to get a cup of coffee and cool off. The construction at the location was incredibly careless. On one side, there was a bedroom, a living room, and a bathroom with 2 entrances. A hallway with windows on one side and 2 bedrooms on the other was located on the opposite side of the bathroom. I could see into the bathroom from my bedroom, through the bathroom, and down the other hall. I was seated at my dresser when I briefly caught movement out of the corner of my eye and glanced down. There was a black figure, and goodness, just typing that gives me goosebumps. The only way to describe it is black scribbles that appear to have been drawn in the shape of a human being. However, the scribbles moved, resembling electricity arcing. I don't believe there was any sound. I recall that when I first saw it, I was not afraid, but rather puzzled. I then realized I was observing it. I wouldn't say it turned around, I think it just seemed to be focused on me. I then felt afraid. I was frozen because it just came at me and rushed down the hall towards me. I didn't move, didn't scream or do anything. The door was as closest to me and I slammed shut on it as soon as it entered the bathroom for reasons I cannot fathom. I yelled. I called out to my wife. The house was empty. I went outside in the daylight and didn't come back in for about 10 minutes when she finally arrived home. I don't think ghosts exist. Although I don't think I saw anything supernatural, I have no idea what it was. I learned how to use Google Maps from a friend. It enables you to look at locations all over the world using satellite images. I was involved in a car accident a few years ago. I haven't left the house that often since then. It's challenging, and the thought of seeing a car pass by me makes me dizzy. I was enthralled by how much of the world I could see without being there. It almost felt as though I was there because I could virtually walk through the streets. I was immediately hooked. It helped me see the world more clearly. I could travel to almost any big city, and I did. In so many different countries, I had seen streets in China, Japan, Germany, and England. Even tourist destinations like the Great Barrier Reef and the Castle of Dracula had been visited by me. My favourite activity was to visit arbitrary locations in big cities and count how many peoples and animals I could find there. Even though the people's faces were always obscured to protect their privacy, it was still enjoyable to see them live carefreely. I chuckled, she must have good taste. I enlarged the image to see her grey bag, which was attached to a purple and grey shoulder strap. One hand was trailing the wall beside her as she walked comfortably. If I could have seen her face, I'll bet I could tell she was grinning. I started to get a little depressed. I continued to look at her for a minute before allowing my hands to rest on the wheelchair's arms. I wished I could have joined her as we strolled along carefree, but that wouldn't happen until after my passing. I was confined to the seat. I sighed and accelerated away from Tokyo. That's enough for tonight. After shutting down the computer, I went to sleep. Early in the morning, I made the decision to explore Paris. I zoomed in at random and noticed an area with a street lined with historic brick buildings, a few small businesses, and a historic tan brick church. There was an intersection up ahead, and many people were walking by. I turned the view a few more times before noticing something odd. 2 people were seated on the bench at the bus stop. One of them was a young woman, standing there with her feet relaxed in front of her. She was sporting similar red sneakers to mine. I was momentarily startled when I saw the black hooded jacket, white t-shirt, and black pants. She had loosely tied back her dark brown hair. The strap of a grey bag, which was sitting on the bench next to her, was draped across her shoulder. This is crazy, I said to myself. There's no way that this is the same woman. This is a different nation, if not an entirely different continent. How was she involved? This was foolish. It wasn't like these were real-time photos. They were taken in advance and then put away. She wasn't like that, simultaneously in 2 places. She might simply be a traveller. Furthermore, it was impossible to identify the same person without seeing their face. The world's most popular hair colour was probably brown. I thought those red sneakers on the internet. A million other people undoubtedly did as well. Shaking my head, I started to prepare lunch. I chose to look at Berlin when I got back online. As usual, I chose a random street. Out of the corner of my eye, I spotted something as I was about to leave. I shifted my perspective, and there they were, those frightful red shoes. She was positioned next to a signpost on a street corner. She appeared to be waiting to cross the street with a hand on the post and a downward gaze. I gasped in disbelief. How could she also be present? There's no way I could consistently locate her, even if she was on the move. This? Even finding her in Paris would have been an incredible coincidence. This was absurd. Was this a joke of some kind? Had Google chosen to play a practical joke on the customers who used their product so frequently? It would have made for an amusing joke. This was absurd. Had I gone insane from my own self-imposed seclusion? Had I grown so depressed from the loneliness that I imagined a hallucination for myself? I texted a friend to ask him to look at the locations after leaving the Berlin image on my screen. If he had seen the same woman, I questioned him. I then waited while my heart was pounding and my hands were clammy. 10 minutes later, when my phone beeped with a returned text message, I jumped. The writing said, "In Berlin, I ran into the woman you're referring to. In Paris or Tokyo, I didn't run into her. What kind of game is this exactly? Are you alright?" Instead of responding, I went back to the Tokyo and Paris locations. She was there, she was present, but things had changed. In Paris, she stopped sitting on the bench at the bus stop. She was searching a bag as she stood in front of it. She was standing a few blocks away in Tokyo and knelt down to pat the calico cat. I trembled. Who was she? What was going on? Leaving Tokyo, I searched for Brussels. Another city street it was. She was absent. Sighing in relief, I couldn't believe how worked up I was about this. My eyes remained fixed on the screen as I stopped. It was just a coincidence. I switched to Sydney. She was leaning against the wall, inside the doorway of a bright blue Carrick's pharmacy building. My heart felt like a terrified bird, slamming around inside my chest. I couldn't catch my breath. I wasn't sure what to do. I couldn't call the police. Should I send the screenshots to Google? I shut my eyes and clenched my fists tightly. Who was she? Was she coming after me? Was she pursuing me? I wished I could see her face and understand what she saw when she turned to face me. I wanted to get up and leave the chair. Why did the only thing that allowed me to feel free once more make me feel even more trapped? I had to be aware. I entered the name of my city and then zoomed in on an arbitrary street. The gates to the city park were visible in the clarity of daylight, even though it was night here. It was a few miles from my house. She was there. She was there, actually. She was standing beneath the ironwork arch that bore the name of the park, not far from my home. She gave me and the camera a direct look. I thought I might vomit. She was standing close by and keeping an eye on me. She was headed my way. What was she seeking? I entered the name of the residence I reside in. I could see the building's exterior. There were numerous vehicles parked in the lot, and a few blurry kids that were playing on the playground. I looked all over for her. She wasn't hiding between the buildings, in the parking lot, on the sidewalks, or in the playground. Even the cars, the areas behind the bushes, and the obscured windows were all scanned by me. She was absent. I rolled up into a ball, placing my head on the desk. It was safe to be here. I stayed inside the apartment all the time. Never again would I use Google Maps. I would never again see her. I couldn't care less if she stayed at that park. I surprised myself by grinning to myself as I noticed a tear starting to fall down my cheek. I whispered to myself, I'm safe. It was satisfying to hear it aloud. I'm secure. There was a knock on the door as I was saying it. My spine began to tingle. To help me with my mobility issues, I had a camera connected to my computer that showed who was at the front door. To prove to myself who was outside, I slowly reached the control, but my hand shook violently. I realized my error as I reached for the control. The only part of the building that was visible in the last Google image I had seen was its exterior. only the exterior. I turned my head to the screen and noticed a woman carrying a grey bag with a purple and grey striped shoulder strap. She was wearing a white t-shirt, black pants, and a black hooded jacket. There were, of course, the red sneakers. Her face was still completely blurry as she stared straight at the camera. She raised a hand and loudly knocked on my front door as I struggled to hold back a scream. My mother and I currently reside in Western Oregon. She's very outdoorsy, so when I went to see her over the summer, we decided to drive the hour to the coast from her city. We were the only campers at this free campsite at the Forest Hill, which is a sizable foothill of the coastal mountains and can be reached by car in about 25 minutes. We decided to unwind for the rest of the day as soon as we arrived at our destination. In the middle of the night, I heard my mother gasp and was startled to see her sitting up straight in the tent. She put her hand over my mouth as soon as she realized I was awake, because I was beginning to ask what was wrong. We suddenly heard footsteps right next to our tent while it was completely silent. The small flap over the zipper was also moving. Then we saw a silhouette, a few of them. We knew they were not humans because they started making growling noises like animals. We heard the leaves rustling and branches twitch and break as they crawled around our camp. What are they? A few silhouettes look like humans, but they growl like animals. My mom told me to keep my voice down as I panicked. Finally, the footsteps stopped. We had a hard time sleeping back in our tent, but managed to. Then suddenly, I woke up to someone humming and I looked at my mom. She was sleeping peacefully beside me. Humming in the woods? To my horror, against the fireplace, I could see a female figure standing facing our tent. She stood there for a solid 5 to 10 minutes just looking at our tent. Then I heard her softly laughing in a deep, creepy voice. My goosebumps raised and I shook my mom to wake up. I told her what I saw outside the tent, and my mom opened the tent and checked. Nothing was harmed or lost. The woman disappeared into thin air without making any noise. How is that even possible? Then the next day, without any hesitation, we packed our bags and left the forest. One of the forest rangers told us that this forest had someone called the Guardian, and many have experienced her presence there. What got me bad was the humming and her laugh in the middle of the night. When I was in college, I returned home every other weekend to work the job I had since graduating from high school. After my final class on a Friday, I would drive straight to my job, and then after my shift was over, I'd return to my parents' remote home. When I returned from work, my parents weren't yet home, so the yard and house were both dark. I parked in the spot I usually use, got out, and then turned to unlock the back door and remove my backpack from the back seat. Is that light still on from when I arrived? Of course it was, right? I was looking at the lights and reaching for my bag when an elderly woman walked up to the window. I could tell that she was upset with me because this wasn't a bitch face that was just resting. My hands started shaking as her eerie face stared back at me. When I first looked up, there was a short woman holding a stick and making a clunking sound with it. I assumed the elderly woman was dressed in all black. The more I focused on her, the harder it was to distinguish any other colour because it was becoming blurry. If I'm not mistaken, it was an elderly grandmother who turned to face me while sporting a black headscarf, but made no facial expressions. The woman in the bathroom and I stood there looking at each other for a good 10 seconds before my parents' car pulled into the driveway and called my attention away from her. The light was still on when I turned around, but the woman was gone. Who was the creepy old woman I saw? My housemate is a nurse, and she used to volunteer at one of her nursing homes near our campus. I once volunteered at a nursing home where we had new residents and former residents who the staff and I knew had passed away in that room, and complained about them entering the room at night. We could identify these people by their nightgowns or their glasses, for example. Then, as I was moving through the hallway, even though it was boiling hot inside, I experienced a chill and goosebumps. I just walked through a ghost, one of my fellow colleagues said to me. After that, I was unable to regain my previous level of warmth. Lights started to flicker, and TV started to turn on by themselves. The staff members, who were all from the same Southeast Asian nation, were discussing ghosts and disrespect for the deceased. As a result, the management invited someone to perform a prayer, and it was said that a woman wearing a red dress and dreadlocks was roaming in that nursing home. I don't know if she was out for revenge or just finding a place to stay till she flies away over her world. After the prayers and saging, things started to calm down. The residents appeared calmer and the lights stayed on longer. When I was still working there after that, I didn't feel any chill or paranormal incidents. My friends and I were chit-chatting in the common area at our hostel one late night. We had just finished our classes on our campus, and the next day was declared a holiday for us. We were planning to drop by this new mall that has opened recently, 2 blocks away from our hostel. Then, one of my friends, Maya, tried to scare us by saying that the newly built mall is built above the Japanese soldier burial ground. We didn't take her words seriously, as we thought she would always pull our legs. We laughed about it and started to scare each other with our own haunted stories. I told one of my babysitting haunting incidents to them, and surprisingly, they were spooked out by this incident. Moving on, we wanted to continue our spooky experiences with each other before heading back to our rooms. One of them told about how she saw a female figure sitting below a banyan tree during her teacher's training days. She even described what that figure looked like and how my friend was afraid after looking at that figure. Just then, one of us wanted to make it scarier. She switched off the light suddenly and made funny noises. We jumped out of fear and started to laugh when she switched on the lights back. We were having so much fun when all of us heard boot sounds coming right outside our common area. They sounded as if they were marching in one direction and coming closer to our common area. Maya thought the guys from our hostel were practicing their marching, but I wondered why they were practicing their marching at this odd hour at night. I slowly peeked out the common area door, which has a small peep window above. I didn't see anyone walking or even marching along that hallway. I looked at my friends and shook my head, indicating I didn't see anyone outside. Everyone in that common area started to panic, and they came closer to me to see if they could see anything outside. The marching sound was still heard, but there was no one outside our common area at that time. The marching sound became louder and louder till we managed to back up a little from the door out of shock and fear. Then we heard a pair of boots hit the door hard, as if that person was kicking the door open. I took the courage to look back into that small peep window on the door, and again, I didn't see anyone at the door, but the sound was still heard clearly. Then it stopped abruptly. We quickly took our things and opened the next window opposite the common area door, and jumped out of it without looking back. The window leads us to the other side of the hostel floor hallway, so we had to take the long way back to our rooms. I reached my room and quickly unlocked the door to enter. My heart was thumping hard, and I thought it was just a dream, as it was my first time experiencing this. I took my bath and headed off to bed that night without thinking about what happened or what I had heard that night. The next day, Maya gathered all of us and told us what she had read about our hostel history. She told us that our hostel was built on the Japanese soldier burial ground, and that was why we could hear the marching boot sounds last night. I tried to dismiss her story and not want to be scared anymore, but Maya showed us some images from her laptop about our hostel and its history. So it was true that my hostel was built above the Japanese soldier burial ground. The seniors in my hostel and campus confirmed it by telling some creepy and spooky stories about the boot sounds and voices of the Japanese soldiers preparing for war. I had to bear with all these sounds and voices for 3 years before completing my degree. Sometimes I've seen shadows of these soldiers marching down the hallway. Once every few years, all throughout my life, I'm currently 27, something strange and inexplicable always seems to occur when I least expect it, which rarely has much to offer in the way of rational explanation. Examples include atypical electrical weirdness, only in my presence. Inanimate objects move out of place while alone. Multiple instances of UFO phenomena, dream visitations by deceased relatives, and the one instance I'll share with you all here. This particular experience dates back about 5 years ago and took place on a back road in the Appalachian Mountains of western North Carolina. It was sometime after dark, and an ex and I were driving back to the town we lived in at the time, located a couple hours north of Asheville, after visiting family there for the weekend. It was a clear summer night, and there was very little traffic on this country road. The weather was nice, and we had the windows down to feel the breeze. We weren't saying much, just listening to some musical podcast or something. After seeing no one else for at least 10 to 15 minutes, we rounded the corner onto a long straightaway stretch of road, about a mile long that's visible, clear to the next curve in the road. As we rounded the bend, another car's headlights could be seen rounding the opposite corner, coming in our direction with the high beams on bright. While most drivers tend to dim their lights when approaching oncoming traffic, this one didn't. This prompted me to flash my lights to try and remind them their brights are on, which I'd tried multiple times to no avail. At this point, my ex and I were a bit flustered, and were commenting on how obnoxiously powerful some cars' headlights can be sometimes, just ready to pass this person. Just as we came within about 10 yards from passing each other, the oncoming lights shut off completely, and there was nothing there. No car could be seen. Nothing was heard whooshing past us as we passed by with the windows down. No tail lights were seen in the rearview mirror. Both my ex and I went rigid, and our hair stood on end. She just solemnly cut off the stereo, and we sat in silence for what felt like forever, before verifying that the other person had seen it too, and trying to make sense of it. I had little doubt of the paranormal at this point in my life, but my ex was much more skeptical, even after this happened, albeit less than she'd been prior. Nothing much out of the ordinary seemed to result from this encounter, at least not what I could directly attribute it to, but it's a vivid memory I think of often. There are other odd happenings I'd be glad to share with anyone who's ever interested. I'm one of the most skeptical people I know, and I'm someone who is constantly wrestling with wanting to have a spiritual faith, but the rational, scientific side of me always kicks in. But I can't deny that the house I grew up in had something going on in it. My family and I have never talked much about it until we got older and realised all of our experiences correlated with each other. I grew up in an old brownstone row house. Here's some things that happened. Always a feeling of being watched, especially in one area of the basement. Always a sense that someone was behind you. We all felt this. And one time, I actually felt a hand touch my shoulder. We always left the bathroom light on upstairs. The way we had the living room set up, when you're sitting on the couch, you can see the stairs and partially the second floor bathroom in view. Many times when we'd be sitting on the couch, we'd see something walk by the bathroom upstairs. A babysitter once thought someone broke in when she experienced this. One night, when I was about 8 or 9, I could hear what sounded like 2 old ladies dabbing it up and having a good old time downstairs in the living room. It took me 2 seconds to run from my room to my mom's. Several times, I'd hear footsteps up in my mom's room when I knew I was the only one home. Several times when we'd be sitting in the living room, we'd see what looked like someone poking their head out of the kitchen. We all would experience what felt like someone sitting on the foot of our beds. A mirror in the dining room was flung off the wall and crashed into the living room in the middle of the night and broke into a million pieces. The TV in my bedroom would turn on and off by itself frequently. A lamp in the living room would often turn on and off. I noticed it happened whenever it was one of our birthdays, and when it had happened, you'd actually hear the switch turn. Mum would wake up to hearing running around in the hallway, thinking we were up goofing around, but we'd be sound asleep when she went to check on us. Mum woke up to a man standing next to her bed, and sister had the same experience. Another sister kept waking up one night because all the lights in her room kept turning on randomly. We had those old big flap-style peepholes in the doors in the basement. One time I was just sitting down there watching TV and could see in the reflection of a picture frame a face peering through the peephole at me. That was the one time I really got scared. I just got an evil vibe, but that was the only time I got that vibe. There's probably so many more things that happened that I can't think of, but I always wanted to go back to the house and do like a ghost hunt. The funny thing is, I never had paranormal experiences since I moved out of that house, which was 10 years ago. I never really talked about these experiences with people other than my family. I thought I'd share it on here. I'm 20 years old, and I've lived in a small Canadian town of 10,000 my entire life. It's a rural farming community, and the bountiful forests and fields are most often my getaway places. I enjoy the outdoors, from going on hikes to planning days out to look for animal bones, but I never thought anything slightly paranormal would come from my adventures. April 2nd, 2016. The snow had melted before I was slowly woken up by the sun, revealing itself for the first time after a long, harsh winter. As I woke to light shining through my curtains, I pulled them back to see grass. Sure, it may have been brown and dead in most spots, but I could see the ground and wanted to make the best of my day. Almost instantly, I had something I can't quite call a desire, but the urge to go out and look for bones. It felt as though something was pulling me out of the woods, telling me to come find it, but I dismissed it as my excitement for such a nice day. There were a few spots I had in mind, as country roads are good for finding a bone or two, so I gathered my things, packed up my bag, and headed out. I live in a neighbourhood that's roughly a 10 or 15 minute walk that leads out of town to a few trails. I began my walk down the road, keeping an eye out on the passing fields and ditches for anything that might pique my interest. The road I was on is a main back road used quite often, with 3 houses that sit on the hill leading out of town. One of my favourite homes from my town is one of the 3 on the hill. Its location is tucked away by trees, but still visible from the road. The family has an outdoor chicken coop that always brings a smile to my face whenever I pass it. Continuing on after making my way down the hill and past the homes, I was walking along the ditch, actively looking for anything that resembled bone. Roughly not even 5 minutes had passed when I noticed something that looked like a bag, but upon further inspection, I realised I'd found my first bones of the year. The entire skeleton was intact. I noticed it still had some fur on some parts and was trying to piece together what sort of animal it was. Now, because I was in a ditch, and due to the skeleton's location, I didn't stay for more than a minute or two, but took some photos. I continued walking, but was cut short when a friend called and asked to hang out. I mentioned to her my find and that I'd be back in town in less than 10 minutes. Walking back, I stopped to sit for a second to glance at the photos. After a few minutes of looking at the teeth and the paws, I was hit with this deep, instant feeling, and I knew exactly what I had found. I hadn't seen the posters for a few weeks, but I knew what I had found. It was this gut feeling, so strong and assuring. My mind went back to the posters I'd seen around town. December 2015. I walk everywhere, snow or shine. It was December, the first time I saw the missing poster for a small dog named Squeak. The posters were everywhere. They were laminated, and each time they were taken down, they'd be replaced soon after. It was evident that whoever owned this dog loved, cared for, and deeply missed their friend. Back to April 2016. After telling my friends about what I discovered, Even if it wasn't Squeak, we knew we should at least contact the owner. I waited 2 days to phone the owner and learned quite a lot. She was a lovely older woman who loved her dog more than life itself. Through our conversation, I learned that Squeak wasn't a local and actually lived an hour away in the heart of Toronto. Had a sister who missed her and also discovered her owners were quite wealthy. Squeak's owners have property down in the States. In October 2015, they were going there to their second home in Arizona and dropped both of their dogs off at an animal resort about 20 minutes outside of my town. 2 weeks pass and they return to pick up their dogs, only to be told that a week earlier, Squeak had managed to get out with her sister. Only one could be found, and after a week, the search was called off. During the entirety of our phone call, it was clear this lady loved her dog, and even months later, was still using the present tense while talking about Squeak. She seemed almost unfazed when I mentioned my discovery. She didn't shut me down or dismiss it. Every lead was important to her, but this was a lady who was really holding on to the hope that her dog was still alive. And what she told me next made me understand. I'd never heard of an animal psychic before this incident, but the owner had contacted two. A lady who lives in Arizona and is apparently pretty famous down there for it. She never mentioned her name. And another local pet psychic from Canada. The stories were both similar. Squeak was somewhere safe and warm, not far from where she was last seen. They couldn't tell where she was, but they could see she was inside of a house and being cared for. Of course, now learning that, her hope and optimism all made sense. The owner isn't local, so she put me in contact with a lost dog search group that had been looking for and spreading the word of Squeak's disappearance. The owner and I say our goodbyes, and I get to call the local search group. This is where things get weird. I called the searcher that Squeak's owner had put me in contact with, explained the story to her, and agreed to meet in an hour's time so I could take her to the remains I had found. I was giving her directions to the road and casually mentioned the house with the outdoor chicken coop, as I often used the house as a place marker. The second I said the word chicken, the lady stopped talking and went very quiet. She then began asking what the owner and I had spoken about, and I briefly ran over the conversation, including the detail that the owner had spoken to two psychics. The lady was a little confused, as she revealed to me Squeak's owner had contacted 3 psychics and not 2, as I had been told. The third animal psychic had spoken to the owners, revealing a more morbid reading, which is why I believe the owner had only mentioned 2 over the phone call, because no one really wants to hear or believe that their beloved dog has died. The third animal psychic had described to them that sadly, Squeak was in a lot of pain, couldn't move her legs, and for some reason, Squeak was within hearing distance of chickens. As soon as those words left the woman's mouth, I was in disbelief. The remains weren't more than 200 yards from the chicken coop, and I just couldn't understand how someone would have been able to pull that information out of nowhere. I still get chills up my spine thinking about it. Finally, met up with the searcher and showed her the body. It had been 2 days and the skeleton wasn't as intact as when I first discovered it, but after inspection, she gave me her personal opinion that she believed this was in fact Squeak. I was told a few days later that DNA testing would have been done in order to confirm it, but sadly, only the mother of Squeak was still alive, so they were unable to determine it. I've never met someone who loved their dog so much and have never had such an unexplainable, spine-tingling experience in my life. To this day, Squeak is still missing. I'm currently working a 3 to 11 shift 5 days a week, staying in an 8th-floor apartment building, and I'm on the 3rd floor. Not that it's too important to this particular story, but the previous tenant of my apartment also died at the front door, so I've already experienced a few weird things here, but anyways. I smoke weed and sit out on my balcony to do so, but a few weeks ago I noticed a smell outside that I recognised as a dead mouse, because I've dealt with them before, but this was different. I sit right next to my air conditioner, which sits in a box in the wall that's boarded up during the winter, and we only recently put it in, So I thought maybe it was just a mouse that got unlucky in the wall, but I couldn't smell it inside of the apartment. It had been around a week and a half, and on my days off I realised you can't smell it at all until around 10:30 p.m, and it dissipates around 4 a.m. Honestly, right off the bat, I knew something was wrong. The first night was okay, but it quickly came to the point where I was physically unable to sit outside. And my mom was always asleep, so I couldn't ask her if she smelt it because it would disappear before I could ever ask. I'm really big into true crime and read about cases of bodies being discovered all the time, and what the smell is like, and how once you encounter the sweet smell of death, you just know. I knew what I was smelling. I knew something was dead, and I knew it had to be human. But I felt insane until finally last Wednesday, I woke my mum up at 3 a.m. to finally confirm what I was smelling, and she could too. I told her I was convinced there's a dead body near us, but she kept assuring me it was probably a mouse, because by this point, the smell was coming up from under our sink. I told her that day we need to tell someone as soon as possible, and she said she'd put it in a complaint, because it's probably a dead mouse in the wall behind the sink. I went out of town Friday until today, when I came home to my mom telling me that yes, there was in fact a man discovered deceased in the apartment directly below us to the right. We later found out it's a man who's lived in the apartment for 10 plus years, but no one really knows him. He has no family and rarely ever left his house. I'm a big believer in the paranormal, and now I think there were signs that his spirit was trying to help someone find his body. I could only smell it from 10:30 p.m. to 4 a.m, and we found out the gentleman would only ever leave his house or sit on his balcony at night. Why wouldn't I be able to smell it during the day? Is there a reasonable explanation for this? There's also an elevator in the building. I'm on the 3rd floor, like I said, and the past few weeks since the smell came, sometimes while going up or down the elevator, would stop on the 2nd floor without anyone pressing the button inside the elevators. And the door would open, but no one would be there. This again usually only happened at night, and I didn't experience it alone as my mother was there twice. I found out that the man actually lived one apartment below us to the right, which is the apartment closest to the elevator on the 2nd floor. And I can't help but wonder if I had only stepped out of the elevator, if I could have realised that the smell was coming from below and not above as I had thought, and brought this to the attention of someone like I should have done the second I smelled it the first time. I know it may sound like I'm reaching, or trying to justify or come up with a reason to explain it in my head, but I feel like this guy was trying to get me notice in a way, so he could be laid to rest peacefully. And I had all the pieces but didn't put them together until it was too late. I feel like I failed in a way, and I can't help but feel guilty. I definitely feel like he was trying to communicate with someone, not just me specifically, but anyone. I burst into tears when my mom told me I'd been correct on thinking there was a body, and knowing he went all that time without anyone checking on him. My mother said he's probably happy in heaven that someone down here is crying for him, and that helped me a bit, but I can't help but feel so guilty. I'm wondering if there's anything I can do, anything I can leave or say that might help him be at ease if he's still here spiritually. I don't even know his name, but I want to do something for him, but I don't know what to do. I'm all over the place. Sorry for that, but I don't know what to do or where to turn.